Account for. Account for means to explain or provide a reason for something. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, why were you late for the meeting this morning?
Sorry about that, I got caught in traffic.
Okay, that accounts for it. Let's get started.
In the example, Jane asks Tony to explain why he was late for the meeting. Tony said that he got caught in traffic. Jane accepts the explanation and acknowledges that his reason is reasonable, thus using the phrase that accounts for it.
Act on. To act on something means to take action or make a decision based on information or advice that you have received. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, I'm not sure if I should take this new job offer. What do you think?
Well, you should act on the advice of your career counselor. They have your best interests at heart. In this example, Tony is telling Jane to take action based on the advice of her career counselor. He is suggesting that she should make a decision based on the information that she has received from a reliable source. To act on something is to take action based on advice or information that you trust. It is a way of making a decision with confidence, knowing that you have considered all of the available options.
Act out. To act out means to dramatize or perform something, often in an exaggerated or over-the-top manner, to express emotions or to make a point. Let's see an example.
Hey Jane, what's the matter? You seem upset.
Ugh, I had a terrible day at work. My boss was yelling at me for no reason.
That's not fair. Did you tell him how you felt?
No, I was too scared. But I wish I could just act out and tell him how I really feel.
In this example, Jane is using the phrasal verb act out to express her desire to dramatize or perform her emotions towards her boss. She is not necessarily suggesting that she will actually do it, but the phrase conveys her frustration and anger towards the situation. The phrase act out is commonly used in situations where someone wants to express their feelings through some kind of physical expression or demonstration.
Act up. The phrasal verb act up means to misbehave or not work properly. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you finished fixing the printer yet?
I'm trying, but it's acting up again.
In this example, Tony is saying that the printer is not functioning correctly and is causing him difficulties in fixing it. He is using the phrasal verb act up to describe this behavior. The phrase can be used for any situation where something or someone is not functioning correctly or as expected.
Add in. To add something in means to include something extra or additional to a sentence, conversation, story, or any other activity. Let's see an example.
I think we should add in a trip to the beach since the weather is going to be great.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We can spend the day there and have some fun.
In this example, Jane suggests adding in a visit to the beach to enhance their trip. She thinks it would be a great idea because the weather is going to be perfect for a day full of fun. On the other hand, Tony agrees with Jane and thinks their trip would be more interesting with a visit to the beach. Overall, add in suggests integrating something additional or extra into an existing plan or situation.
Add up. When you say that something adds up, it means that it makes sense, is reasonable or logical, or is consistent with the other things you know about a situation. Let's see an example.
I heard that Tom is out sick again today. He's missed a lot of work recently.
Yeah, that's true. He must be really sick.
I'm not sure if everything adds up, though. I saw him out shopping yesterday.
Really? That doesn't add up. Maybe he's faking it.
In the conversation between Jane and Tony, Jane is questioning whether Tom's reason for missing work adds up. She points out that she saw him out shopping, which doesn't seem consistent with being too sick to come to work. Tony agrees with Jane and suggests that Tom might be faking it. In this case, adding up means that the information about Tom's absence from work is not consistent or logical, and they suspect there might be something else going on.
Agree with. To agree with someone means to share the same opinion or to be in conformity with someone's viewpoint. Let's see an example.
Tony, do you like chocolate ice cream?
Yes, I do. Why do you ask?
Because I don't like it at all, it's too sweet for me.
I see. Well, everyone has different tastes, and that's okay.
I agree with you on that.
In this example, Jane and Tony are discussing their preferences about ice cream. Jane expresses her dislike for chocolate ice cream, and Tony acknowledges her opinion while respectfully sharing his own. When Jane says, "I agree with you on that," she means that she agrees with his statement that everyone has different tastes, and it is acceptable to have a difference in opinion.
Aim at. The phrasal verb aim it means to direct one's efforts or actions towards a particular goal or target. Let's see an example.
What are your plans for the future?
I am aiming at becoming a successful entrepreneur.
In this dialogue, Tony is using the phrasal verb aim at to express his goal of becoming a successful entrepreneur. He is directing his efforts and actions towards this target, implying that he is taking steps to achieve it.
Answer back. To reply to someone in a rude or disrespectful manner. Let's see an example. Tony, have you finished your work yet?
Why are you always nagging me about my work? Leave me alone.
In this example, Tony is answering back to Jane by speaking to her in a rude and disrespectful manner instead of giving a polite response. This kind of behavior can lead to arguments and misunderstandings in relationships. It's important to remain respectful and considerate towards people, especially our friends and loved ones.
Ask after. The phrasal verb ask after means to inquire about someone's well-being or to check on someone's health or condition. Let's see an example.
Hey, have you talked to Mike lately?
Yeah. I ran into him at the grocery store last week. Why?
Well, I heard he was sick and had to miss work. I just wanted to ask after his health.
Oh, I see. Well, he seemed fine when I saw him, but I can't say for sure.
In this example, Tony uses the phrase ask after to inquire about Mike's health and well-being.
Ask around. To ask a group of people for information, recommendations, or opinions. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, I was thinking about trying a new restaurant for dinner tonight. Do you have any recommendations?
I'm not sure. Why don't you ask around and see if anyone else has any suggestions?
In this conversation, Tony used the phrasal verb ask around to suggest that Jane should ask other people for recommendations on where to eat. It implies that there may be a network of people that know more about the subject and can provide better insights or options. Therefore, ask around means to seek information or opinions from a group of people in order to gain more insights or options.
Ask for. The phrasal verb ask for means to make a request for something, usually by speaking or writing to someone. Let's see an example.
I'm really craving pizza tonight, but I don't feel like cooking. Tony, can you ask for delivery?
Sure, I'll call the pizzeria and ask for delivery. What toppings do you want?
In this example, Jane is making a request for pizza delivery by asking Tony to take care of it. Tony confirms that he will call and make the request on her behalf. This is a common use of the phrasal verb ask for, where someone is requesting or seeking something and another person is being asked to take care of it. Ask in. Ask in is a phrasal verb that means to invite someone into your home or to a particular place. Let's see an example. Hey, Tony. Do you want to come in and have some coffee?
Sure, thanks for asking me in.
In this conversation, Jane is inviting Tony into her home to have coffee. Tony is grateful for the invitation and uses the phrase ask in to express his acceptance of the offer. Ask in is a polite way of inviting someone into your personal space.
Ask out. To ask someone on a date, for a romantic or social outing. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony. I was wondering if you'd like to go see that new movie with me this weekend?
Sure, that sounds like fun. I'd love to.
In this dialogue, Jane has asked Tony out on a date or a social outing. Tony, in turn, has accepted the invitation, which means he has agreed to go on the date or social outing with Jane. Essentially, the phrasal verb ask out is used to express an invitation for a romantic or social date or outing.
Ask over. To invite someone to come to your home or to a social event. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, do you have any plans for this weekend?
Not really, what's up?
I'm having a small get-together at my place on Saturday night. Would you like me to ask over you and few others?
In the given example, Jane uses the phrasal verb ask over to invite Tony and a few others to his place for a small get-together on Saturday night. The phrase is commonly used when inviting someone to a social gathering or to one's home. It also implies a level of hospitality and warmth towards the person being invited.
Back away. Back away means to move backwards or away from something or someone. Let's see an example.
Tony, what happened to your hand? It looks like it's burning.
I accidentally touched the stove while I was cooking.
Oh no. You should put some ointment on it.
I tried, but it's still painful.
Maybe you should see a doctor.
No way, I hate going to the doctor's office.
Don't back away from getting medical attention. If you don't take care of it, it could get infected.
In this conversation, Jane advises Tony to seek medical attention for his burnt hand. Tony responds by saying he does not want to go to the doctor's office. Jane then tells Tony he should not back away from seeking medical attention. This suggests that he should not avoid or neglect getting the help he needs.
Back down. Back down means to withdraw or retract one's position or a demand in a dispute or challenge. Let's see an example.
I don't want to go to that party tonight. It's too late and I have to wake up early tomorrow.
Come on, Jane. You promised you'd come. Don't back down now.
In this dialogue, Tony is urging Jane not to withdraw from her original commitment to go to the party, despite her current reluctance. He's asking her to not retract her agreement to go to the party and insisting that she keep her promise. The phrasal verb back down is used here to express Tony's insistence on Jane keeping her word and not withdrawing from her previous commitment.
Back off. To step away or retreat from a situation or person in order to create distance or decrease intensity. Let's see an example. Hey, what's going on? Why are you following me?
I just wanted to talk to you. I didn't mean to scare you.
Well, you are. Can you please back off and give me some space?
Sure, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable.
In this example, Jane is feeling uneasy with Tony following her and asks him to back off and give her some space. Tony apologizes and respects Jane's request, showing that he is willing to listen and understand her boundaries.
Back out. To back out means to withdraw or retreat from a commitment or promise. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, are you still coming to the party tonight?
Sorry, Jane, I have to back out. My boss just called me in for a last-minute meeting.
In this example, Tony has used the phrasal verb back out to inform Jane that he is no longer able to attend the party as he has to attend a work meeting. By using the phrasal verb back out, Tony is indicating that he is withdrawing from his earlier commitment to attend the party.
Back up. The phrasal verb back up means to move backwards, or to support or substantiate something. Let's see an example.
Tony, can you please back up your claim that you're the best singer in our choir?
Sure, I won the lead solo in our last concert and the audience gave me a standing ovation.
In this example, Jane is asking Tony to support or substantiate his claim that he is the best singer in their choir. She's asking him to provide evidence, and Tony is responding by giving an example of his successful performance at their last concert. By using the phrasal verb back up in this context, Jane is asking for more information or evidence, and Tony is responding by giving her the support she needs.
Bear down. To focus or concentrate on something with intensity and force. Let's see an example.
Tony, we need to bear down and finish this project before the deadline.
I know, I'm trying to concentrate, but this noise is distracting me.
In this conversation, Jane is telling Tony to focus and work with greater intensity to finish their project before the deadline. Tony's response indicates that he is trying to concentrate, but the noise is preventing him from bearing down on the task at hand. Bear down means to apply oneself with force and determination to complete a task, even if it requires intense focus and effort.
Bear out. Bear out is a phrasal verb that means to support or confirm the truth or accuracy of something. Let's see an example. Tony, I am about to buy a used car, but I am not sure if it's worth the price.
Do you know the car history, Jane?
No, the car dealer did not give me any information.
Why don't you ask Peter? He's really good with cars and can bear out whether or not that car is worth the price.
In the conversation, Tony suggests that Jane should ask Peter to bear out the value of the used car before she decides to buy it. Tony is encouraging Jane to get Peter's opinion and confirmation that the used car is indeed worth the price. In this context, bear out is used to describe the process of confirming or supporting the truth of something, in this case, the value of the used car.
Bear up. To bear up means to remain strong and resilient in the face of adversity, challenges, or difficulties. Let's see an example.
How are you holding up after your breakup with David?
I'm trying to bear up. It's been tough, but I'm taking it one day at a time.
In this example, Tony is using the phrasal verb bear up to describe how he is dealing with the emotional difficulty of a recent breakup. He is trying to remain strong, despite the challenges he is facing. The phrase bear up can also be used in other situations where one needs to remain strong and resilient, such as during a crisis, a difficult transition, or when facing a challenging situation. Bear with. Bear with is a phrasal verb which means to be patient and understanding with someone or something, especially when they are causing problems or difficulties. Let's see an example. Hi Tony, sorry for being late. I'm having some trouble with my car.
No problem, Jane. Bear with you, take your time.
In this dialogue, Tony assures Jane that he will wait patiently for her to arrive, despite her being late due to car trouble. By saying bear with you, Tony is showing Jane that he is patient and understanding of her situation, and is willing to give her some extra time to get to their meeting. The phrase bear with is used to assure someone that you are willing to tolerate any difficulty they may have and gives reassurance that they have your support.
Blow up. The phrasal verb blow up means to explode or burst, to become very angry, or to increase suddenly in size or intensity. Let's see an example.
Have you seen Mary's garden? It looks amazing.
Yeah, she really blew it up this year with all the new plants. In this context, Tony used blow up to mean that Mary's garden had suddenly increased in size or intensity. This is an example of the third definition of the phrasal verb.
Break away. Break away means to separate from a group or a person and start doing your own thing. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, do you want to come to the basketball game tonight?
Nah, I think I'm going to break away from the group and go to the movies with my girlfriend.
In this situation, Tony is choosing to break away from the group, which is going to the basketball game, and do his own thing by going to the movies with his girlfriend. Breaking away is often used when one wants to go their own way or start doing something independently.
Break down. The phrasal verb break down means to stop working or functioning properly, either partially or completely. Let's see an example.
Tony, why didn't you come to the party last night?
My car broke down on the way there.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb broke down to explain why he didn't make it to the party. He is saying that his car stopped working properly during his journey to the party, which prevented him from getting there. In general, the phrase break down can be used to describe any situation where something, such as a car, machine, or system, stops working properly, making it unable to function as it should.
Break in. Break in means to enter a building or a place by force or without permission. Let's see an example.
Oh my God, look at that broken window. Do you think someone broke in?
Maybe. We should call the police and report it.
In this example, Tony and Jane use the phrasal verb break-in to refer to the possibility of someone entering a building by force or without permission. They suggest calling the police to investigate the situation, indicating that breaking in is illegal and can have serious consequences.
Break into. The phrasal verb break into means to enter a building or a vehicle forcibly, usually with the intention of stealing something from inside. Let's see an example. Tony, did you hear about the break-in at the store last night?
No, I didn't. What happened?
In this dialogue, Jane and Tony are discussing recent criminal activity in their town, specifically a break-in at a local store. Jane is informing Tony about the incident, which involves someone forcibly entering the store with the intention of stealing items. The phrase break into is used to describe the means by which the perpetrator entered the store.
Break out. The phrasal verb break out means to suddenly begin or escape from a place or situation. Let's see an example.
Oh my God, did you see that?
What happened?
A fight just broke out between those two vendors.
In this example, Jane uses the phrase break out to describe the sudden starting of a fight between two vendors at the Christmas market. Breakout can be used to describe unexpected events, especially situations that are sudden and difficult to predict. Breakup. Breakup means to end a relationship or to separate a group or something that was once whole. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, did you hear about Sarah and Tom?
No, what happened?
They broke up last week.
Aw man, that's tough.
In this example, Jane tells Tony that Sarah and Tom ended their romantic relationship. Tony expresses sympathy for their situation. The phrase broke up is used to describe the end of their relationship.
Bring about. The phrasal verb bring about means to cause something to happen or to be the reason for something to occur. Let's see an example.
I can't believe we finally won the championship game.
Yeah, you really brought about that victory with your amazing goal.
In this example, Tony is using the phrasal verb bring about to acknowledge Jane's contribution in causing their team to win the game, specifically with her goal. He is saying that Jane's actions were the reason for their victory.
Bring along. Bring along is a phrasal verb which means to bring someone or something with you to a place or event. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, are you going to the football game this weekend?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Do you want to come along?
Sure, I'd love to. Can I bring my friend Sarah along too?
In this example, Tony is inviting Jane to the football game and he asks if she wants to come along. Jane accepts and asks if she can bring her friend Sarah with her. Bring along is used to indicate that Jane wants to bring her friend Sarah to the event as well. Bring back. Bring back means to return something to its previous position or state. Let's see an example.
Did you see my book anywhere? I can't seem to find it.
I think I saw it in the living room. Let me go and bring it back for you.
In this example, Tony is offering to bring back Jane's book, which she cannot find. Bring back means that Tony will go and look for Jane's book and return it to her, so it is in the same position it was before she lost it.
Bring down. To cause something or someone to fall or lose power, to lower or reduce a price, to make someone feel unhappy or depressed. Let's see an example.
I just heard that the company is planning to bring down the prices of their products.
That's great news. I thought their products were too expensive.
In the dialogue, Tony is happy to hear that the company is planning to reduce the prices of their products. The phrasal verb bring down is used to describe this action of lowering or reducing something, in this case, the prices. Bring forward. Bring forward means to move or schedule something to an earlier time or date. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, can we meet tomorrow for lunch?
Actually, I have a meeting at noon. Can we bring it forward to 11 a.m. instead? In this example, Tony used the phrasal verb bring forward to suggest changing the time of their lunch meeting to an earlier time, 11 a.m. instead of the original time of noon. He wanted to move or schedule it to an earlier time that suited his schedule.
Bring in. To bring in means to introduce or to bring something new into a conversation or a situation. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you seen the new project that the company is working on?
No, what is it about?
They are planning to bring in a new department that will focus solely on social media marketing.
In this example, Jane is introducing a new idea or concept to Tony by using the phrasal verb bring in. She is telling Tony that the company plans to introduce a new department to handle social media marketing, which he was previously unaware of. The phrasal verb bring in is used to indicate that something new is being added or introduced to a situation or conversation.
Bring off. To successfully accomplish or achieve something difficult or challenging. Let's see an example.
Did you hear about Tom's new business venture?
No, what is it?
He's trying to bring off a major deal with a big client.
Wow, that's quite impressive. I hope he succeeds.
In this example, Jane and Tony are discussing Tom's new business venture, specifically his attempt to secure a major deal with a big client. Tony uses the phrasal verb bring off to indicate that this would be a difficult accomplishment. Jane agrees and states her hope that Tom will succeed in his endeavor.
Bring up. To bring up means to mention or start talking about a topic. Let's see an example.
Tony, did you bring up the issue of budget cuts in the meeting?
Yes, I did. I wanted to make sure everyone was aware of it. In this example, Jane asks if Tony talked about the issue of budget cuts in the meeting. Tony confirms that he did bring it up, which means he mentioned the topic during the meeting.
Brush up. To improve or refresh one's knowledge or skills in a particular area. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you brushed up on your Spanish?
No, not really. Why?
Well, our company just signed a big contract with a Spanish-speaking client, and it would be great if we could communicate with them in their language.
In this dialogue, the phrase brush up is used to refer to improving one's language skills. Jane is asking Tony if he has improved his Spanish language skills, as it would be beneficial for their job. Brush up can be used in other contexts as well, such as brushing up on math skills before taking a test or brushing up on cooking skills before hosting a dinner party.
Burst out. Burst out means to suddenly start laughing, crying, or shouting in an uncontrollable way. Let's see an example. I'm sorry to hear about your dog. How did he pass away?
He was hit by a car yesterday. It was so sudden and unexpected.
Oh my God, I had no idea. Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. I can't believe he's gone. I can't help but burst out crying every time I think about him.
In the above dialogue, Jane is grieving over the loss of her dog and becomes emotional, bursting out crying when thinking about him. This phrase can also be used in other situations, such as when someone hears a funny joke or remembers a hilarious memory. It usually entails a sudden and intense reaction to something that just happened or was said. Call off. Call off means to cancel or abandon a planned event or activity. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, are you still up for going to the football match this weekend?
Actually, they called it off due to heavy rain. In this dialogue, Tony tells Jane that the football match they were planning to attend has been canceled due to bad weather. He uses the phrasal verb call off to convey this information.
Calm down. Calm down is a phrasal verb used to express the idea of becoming less anxious, angry, or upset after a state of tension or heightened emotions. Let's see an example.
Hey, Jane. What's going on? Are you okay?
No, not really. I just found out that I failed an important exam, and I don't know what to do.
That's tough, but you should calm down. I'm sure you'll do better next time.
In the dialogue, Tony uses the phrasal verb calm down to suggest Jane to become less anxious. The phrase is used to help someone lower their level of emotional intensity and bring them back to a state of peace and composure.
Carry on. To continue with something that you were doing, even after it has become difficult or challenging. Let's see an example.
I don't think I can carry on with this project. It's so difficult.
Come on, Jane, you can do it. Don't give up now.
In this example, Jane expresses her frustration with a difficult project, but Tony encourages her to carry on and not give up. The phrase carry on here means to persist, despite obstacles or challenges. Tony is urging Jane to keep going, even when the going gets tough.
Check in. To check in means to register your arrival at a certain place or facility, usually a hotel, airport, or hospital. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you checked in yet for our flight tomorrow?
Not yet. I was gonna do that online tonight.
In this example, Jane is asking Tony if he has registered his presence at the airport for their upcoming flight. Tony responds that he plans to complete the check-in process through the airline's website before their departure date. Checking in is an important step to ensure that travelers are accounted for and can board their plane on time.
Come across. Come across means to meet someone or find something by chance. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you ever come across any cool restaurants around here?
Actually, yeah, I came across this really neat little Italian place the other day. In this conversation, Tony is saying that he discovered a new restaurant by chance. Come across is used to describe the act of finding something or someone unexpectedly without intentionally looking for it. It implies that the discovery was a bit of a pleasant surprise. Come along. Come along is a phrasal verb that means to accompany someone or join in an activity or event. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, do you want to come along to the movies with us tonight?
Sure, what time does the movie start?
In this example, Jane invites Tony to join her and her friends at the movies. By using the phrasal verb come along, Jane is implying that she wants Tony to accompany them and share in the experience with her and her friends. Tony accepts the invitation and inquires about the time to clarify the details. Come around. Come around is a phrasal verb that means to change one's mind or opinion about something or someone, usually for the better. Let's see an example.
I never really liked sushi before. But now I'm starting to come around to the idea of it.
Yeah, it can definitely be an acquired taste, but it's worth it. In this example, Jane is expressing that she used to dislike sushi but is now starting to change her opinion and become more open-minded towards trying it. Tony agrees with her and acknowledges that it can be difficult to enjoy sushi at first, but with time and patience, it can become quite delicious. In this context, come around is used to express a change of mind or opinion, and in a positive way.
Come back. To return to a place or situation that you have been to or experienced before. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, did you ever visit Japan?
Yes, I did. I went there last summer.
That sounds amazing. Are you planning to come back soon?
Yes, I'm definitely planning to come back again next year.
In this example, Jane is asking Tony if he is going to return to Japan soon. Tony responds by saying that he plans to come back next year. The phrase come back is used to describe Tony's intention to return to a place that he has visited in the past.
Come by. To acquire or obtain something, often something that is not easily accessible. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, where did you get those concert tickets?
I came by them from a friend who works at the venue.
In this example, Tony is explaining to Jane how he obtained the concert tickets. He didn't buy them or win them, but rather he acquired them through a friend who has connections at the venue. In this context, come by means to obtain something through less traditional means or channels.
Come down. Come down means to move or go from a higher place to a lower place. Let's see an example.
Did you hear about the party last night?
No, I didn't. What happened?
Well, the police came and told everyone to come down from the rooftop.
In the dialogue, come down is used to refer to the action of moving from a higher place, the rooftop, to a lower one, likely the ground or a lower floor of a building. The police instructed the partygoers to move to a safer location. Thus, the phrase come down was used to convey the idea of coming to a lower place, both physically and in terms of intensity.
Come forward. The phrasal verb come forward means to step up or offer to do something, especially when it is difficult or requires bravery. Let's see an example.
I heard the police are looking for witnesses for the accident at the corner of Main and 5th.
Yeah, I saw it happen, but I don't want to get involved.
Tony, you have to come forward and report what you saw. It could help the investigation and bring justice for the victims.
In this example, Jane is encouraging Tony to come forward and report what he saw to the police, despite the potential risks or difficulty involved. By using this phrasal verb, Jane is indicating the importance of taking action and being proactive, even in challenging circumstances. The phrase come forward suggests the idea of stepping out of the shadows or stepping up to the plate, which can be a powerful motivator for people to take action and make a difference.
Come in. The phrasal verb come in means to enter a room or a building. Let's see an example. Hey, Tony, are you coming over to my place tonight?
Sure, what time should I come in?
In this example, Tony is asking Jane at what time he should enter her house. Come in is used to mean entering a specific location, in this case, Jane's house.
Come off. The phrasal verb come off means to be successful or to achieve something that was planned or attempted. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, did your presentation go well?
Yeah, it came off really well. The boss was impressed.
In this example, Tony is saying that his presentation was successful and achieved what he planned. He uses the phrase come off to indicate that it went well and he was able to accomplish what he set out to do. Come off can be used in situations where there is an expectation of success or a goal to be reached, and when that expectation or goal is met, come off can be used to express that success.
Come on. Come on is a phrasal verb which means to encourage or urge someone to do something or to express impatience or disbelief towards someone or something. Let's see an example.
I'm so nervous about going on the roller coaster.
Come on, Jane. It's not that scary. In this example, Tony is trying to encourage Jane to go on the roller coaster despite her fear. He uses come on to indicate that he believes she can do it and that it's not as scary as she thinks. It's a way of motivating and pushing someone to face their fears or try something new.
Come out. To appear or be made known to the public or to reveal something that was previously unknown. Let's see an example.
Hey, have you heard about the new album from your favorite band?
No, what's up with it?
It's coming out on Friday. You should definitely check it out.
In this dialogue, Jane uses the phrasal verb come out to inform Tony that the new album of his favorite band is going to be released on Friday. She means that the album will become available to the public and can be purchased or streamed by anyone who is interested. The phrasal verb come out is used to indicate a public release or introduction of something or a person.
Come over. The phrasal verb come over means to visit someone or somewhere, usually at their invitation. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, do you want to come over and watch a movie tonight?
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. What time should I come over?
In this conversation, Jane is inviting Tony to come to her place and watch a movie. Come over is used to indicate that Tony should travel to Jane's house and spend time with her there. This phrasal verb is commonly used in social invitations and requests for visits, and it often implies a sense of informality and friendship between the speakers.
Come through. The phrasal verb come through means to successfully get past a difficult or challenging situation, or to pass through a particular place or area. Let's see an example.
How did your interview go, Tony?
It was intense, but I think I came through it okay. In this example, Tony's response indicates that he has successfully navigated his interview, despite its difficulty. The phrase come through suggests that he has emerged from the situation with a positive outcome and has managed to pass through the challenge successfully.
Come to. The phrasal verb come to can mean to regain consciousness or to realize or understand something. Let's see an example.
Tony, what happened to you? Are you okay?
I was hit by a car, but I think I'm starting to come to now.
In this example, Tony has just been hit by a car and has been knocked unconscious. When he says he's starting to come to, he means he is regaining consciousness. The phrase come to is often used in situations where someone has fainted, been knocked out, or has been under anesthesia, and is now waking up. However, come to can also be used figuratively to describe someone who is beginning to understand or realize something. For example, after listening to the lecture, I finally came to understand the concept.
Come up. The phrasal verb come up means to arise, happen, or occur unexpectedly. Let's see an example.
I'm almost done with the decorations. Tony, have you bought the drinks yet?
Not yet. I was going to buy them today, but something urgent came up.
In the dialogue, Tony said that something urgent came up, which means that an unforeseen event occurred which is stopping him from buying drinks for the party. The phrase come up indicates an unexpected situation that is preventing Tony from completing his task.
Come upon. Come upon is a phrasal verb that means to discover or find something unexpectedly, by chance. Let's see an example.
Hey Jane, come here. Look what I've come upon.
What is it?
It's a locket. It looks like it might be really valuable.
In this example, Tony used the phrasal verb come upon to express that he found the locket by chance and unexpectedly while they were walking through the park. The locket was not something they were purposely looking for, but it was something they stumbled upon. The phrase come upon denotes a sense of surprise and spontaneity in the discovery. Overall, the phrasal verb come upon is used to describe an unexpected discovery or revelation, much like finding a hidden treasure.
Count on. The phrasal verb count on means to rely on or depend on something or someone to do something you need, expect, or want. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, do you think we can borrow your cousin's car for the road trip?
I'm not sure. Let me call him and see if he can lend it to us.
Okay, but we need to leave in 2 days. Can we count on him to let us borrow it in time for our trip?
In this example, Jane asks Tony if they can borrow his cousin's car for the road trip. However, since they only have 2 days left before they leave, Jane is concerned about whether they can rely on Tony's cousin to lend them the car in time. Therefore, she asks Tony if they can count on him to let them borrow it in time. This shows that she is depending on Tony's cousin to come through and help them with the car, and she needs to be sure that they can trust him to do so.
Cut down. To cut down means to reduce the amount of something or to decrease the number of something that previously existed. Let's see an example.
Tony, have you heard about the new policy at work?
No, what policy?
The company has decided to cut down on overtime hours.
In this context, Jane informs Tony about a new policy at work that involves reducing the amount of overtime hours that employees can work. The phrase cut down is used to emphasize that there will be a significant reduction in the number of hours. Dangle out. To dangle out means to display or show something in an ostentatious or boastful manner. Let's see an example.
Have you seen Sarah's new car?
No, I haven't. Why?
She arrived at the party earlier with it. She really dangled it out for everyone to see.
In the given dialogue, Jane is mentioning how Sarah showed off her new car by arriving with it at a party. Sarah wasn't just mentioning her new car casually, she was displaying it in an ostentatious manner to impress others. Therefore, Jane uses the phrase dangle out to give the idea that Sarah was showcasing her car in a showy way. Deal with. Deal with is a phrasal verb which means to handle or manage a situation or problem, usually in a confident or successful manner. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, how do you deal with stress at work?
Well, when I feel overwhelmed, I usually take a deep breath and make a to-do list. It helps me prioritize my tasks and focus on one thing at a time.
In this example, Jane is curious about how Tony handles stress at work. Tony responds by explaining his method, which involves breaking down his work into smaller, manageable tasks. He uses the phrasal verb deal with to describe the actions he takes to manage his stress. By using this verb, he conveys the idea that dealing with stress is something that can be successfully managed with the right strategies.
Die out. Die out is a phrasal verb which means to become extinct or to no longer exist. Let's see an example. Have you seen any dodos lately?
Dodos? No, they died out centuries ago.
In this example, Jane and Tony are discussing the existence of dodos. Tony responds by saying that dodos have died out centuries ago, meaning that they have become extinct and are no longer present on the earth. The phrasal verb die out is used to describe the disappearance of a species, language, or culture.
Dig in. The phrasal verb dig in means to start eating food with enthusiasm or to start working on something with full concentration. Let's see an example.
Wow, this spaghetti looks amazing. Let's dig in.
Yeah, I'm starving.
In this example, Jane and Tony are sitting down to a meal and they are expressing excitement to start eating. Dig in is used in place of start eating to convey their eagerness to enjoy the delicious meal.
Dish out. Dish out means to distribute or give something out, usually in a casual or haphazard way. Let's see an example.
I heard that Susan is going to dish out candy at the party tonight.
Oh, I hope she has enough. She always takes the easy route and just dishes them out randomly.
In this dialogue, Jane mentions that Susan is going to dish out candy at the party. Tony comments that Susan usually just hands them out randomly without any thought, implying that she doesn't distribute them evenly or fairly. Dish out is used here to describe the careless way in which Susan plans to distribute the candy at the party.
Do away with. To do away with something means to get rid of it or eliminate it. Let's see an example. Why do you still have that old chair in your living room? It's so ugly.
I know, I need to do away with it, but it's been in my family for generations.
In this example, Tony wants to get rid of the old chair in his living room, which he acknowledges is not attractive. He uses the phrasal verb do away with to express his intention to eliminate the chair from his home. By using this phrase, Tony emphasizes that he wants to completely get rid of the chair, rather than just moving it to another room or keeping it for sentimental reasons.
Dote on. To dote on someone means to love or show great affection towards someone, often to an excessive degree. Let's see an example.
I can't believe how much Becky dotes on her new puppy. Every time I see her, she's playing with him and buying him new toys.
Yeah, she definitely loves that dog. She posts about him on social media all the time too.
In this example, Jane is commenting on how much Becky loves and cares for her new puppy. She uses the phrase dotes on to describe Becky's affection towards the dog. Tony agrees with Jane and adds that Becky even shares her love for the dog on social media. The phrase dotes on emphasizes the excessive amount of love and attention that Becky gives to her puppy.
Draw up. Draw up means to prepare or create a document, plan, or agreement. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, have you finished drawing up the contract for our project?
Yes, I have. I will send it to you for review.
In this conversation, Tony has prepared a contract or agreement for their project and he is telling Jane that he has completed it. Draw up is used here to mean the act of preparing or creating a document or agreement.
Dress up. Dress up is a phrasal verb that means to wear formal or fancy clothing, often in preparation for a special event or occasion. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony. What's up?
Not much, Jane. I'm getting ready for my sister's wedding this weekend.
Oh, that sounds exciting. Are you all set?
Almost, just need to pick out a suit and dress up for the occasion.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb dress up to indicate that he needs to wear formal clothing for his sister's wedding. This is a typical situation when people use dress up. They may need to dress formally for weddings, job interviews, or other special occasions.
Drink up. To drink up means to finish the drink that you have in front of you. It is often used when you are told to finish a drink quickly or when you want to drink the last drops of a drink. Let's see an example.
Come on, Tony. Drink up. We have to get going soon.
All right. I'm almost done.
In this example, Jane is telling Tony to finish his drink quickly so that they can leave the bar. It implies a sense of haste, urgency, or excitement to move on to the next activity. By telling Tony to drink up, Jane is indicating that they need to finish their drinks and leave soon.
Drive away. To cause someone or something to leave a place or situation, by driving a vehicle or by creating an unpleasant feeling. Let's see an example.
I can't believe how much traffic there is today. We're going to be late for the meeting.
Don't worry, we still have time. We just need to drive away the anxiety and focus on getting there safely.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb drive away to suggest that they should try to get rid of the feelings of anxiety and stress caused by the traffic, and focus on the task at hand. He means that they should overcome the situation that is hindering them and strive to reach their destination without harm. Therefore, drive away means to vanquish a hindering situation or person from life.
Drive off. To leave a place in a vehicle. Let's see an example.
Tony, what are you doing? We need to go.
Just a minute, I'm finishing something on my laptop.
Well, hurry up, let's drive off.
In this conversation, Jane and Tony are getting ready to leave. Jane is in a hurry and tells Tony to hurry up and finish what he is doing so they can leave. She tells him to drive off, which means to leave the current location in a vehicle.
Drop by. To visit someone informally and briefly. Let's see an example.
Hey Jane, I'm in the neighborhood. Can I drop by for a quick chat?
Yeah. Sure. Give me a few minutes to finish up what I'm doing and I'll meet you downstairs.
Thanks, Jane. I'll see you in a bit.
In this dialogue, Tony is asking Jane if he can come over for a quick chat, and Jane agrees. They use the phrase a drop by to indicate that it will be a brief visit and that Tony is not necessarily expected to stay for a long time.
Drop off. The phrasal verb drop off means to take someone or something from one place to another and leave them there. Let's see an example.
Tony, can you drop me off at the library on your way to work today?
Sure, what time do you need to be there?
I have a study group at 9 a.m., so I need to be there by 8:45 a.m.
No problem, I'll drop you off on my way to the office. Just remind me when we're getting close.
Thanks, Tony. I really appreciate it.
In this example, Jane is asking Tony if he can drop her off at the library on his way to work, meaning she needs a ride to the library and then Tony will continue on to his office. Drop out. To leave an activity or group before it is finished, often because of a lack of interest or success. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you seen our classmate Lisa lately?
No, I haven't. Why do you ask?
She dropped out of college last semester.
In this situation, Jane is asking Tony if he has seen their classmate Lisa because she has noticed that Lisa hasn't been attending classes. Tony responds that he hasn't seen Lisa and Jane explains that Lisa dropped out of college last semester. In this context, dropped out means that Lisa left college before completing her degree, possibly due to a lack of interest or success in her studies.
Dry up. The phrasal verb dry up means to become dry or to make something dry. It can also refer to someone suddenly becoming quiet or unable to speak because of nervousness or lack of ideas. Let's see an example.
Have you watered the plants in the garden?
Yes, I did it this morning. I hope it will dry up the excess water soon.
In the example, Tony used the phrasal verb dry up to describe the process of getting rid of the extra water from the garden. He used it in the context of making something dry. The usage of this phrase is not limited to this particular context but can also be used in various other situations. For instance, someone may dry up their clothes under the sun after washing them. Additionally, dry up can also be used to describe someone suddenly losing their ability to speak, especially during a performance or a public speaking event.
Dumb down. Dumb down is a phrasal verb that refers to the act of making something simpler or less challenging in order to appeal to a wider audience or to make it easier to understand. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you seen this article about quantum physics in the newspaper?
No, I haven't. Is it interesting?
Well, it could be, but they dumb it down so much that the information they give is not accurate anymore.
In this example, Jane is telling Tony that the article on quantum physics is not worth reading because the newspaper has taken a complex and difficult topic and made it overly simplistic, losing important details and accuracy. Therefore, the phrasal verb dumb down in this context refers to simplifying something too much to the point where it becomes less informative or important.
Ease off. Ease off is a phrasal verb that means to decrease in intensity or to gradually become less severe. Let's see an example. Hey, Tony, you look really stressed out. Is everything okay?
No, not really. Work has been really hectic and I have a lot of deadlines to meet.
You should take a break and ease off for a bit. Maybe go for a walk or take a nap.
That's a good idea, thanks Jane. I think I'll take your advice.
In this dialogue, Jane notices that Tony is stressed out and offers him some advice. She suggests that he should take a break and relax for a bit to lessen the intensity of his stress. She uses the phrasal verb ease off to indicate that Tony should gradually decrease the amount of stress he is experiencing by taking a break from his work. Overall, the phrase ease off is commonly used to refer to reducing stress or intensity in various situations.
Ease up. The phrasal verb ease up means to become less severe, strict, or intense. Let's see an example. Tony, please stop screaming. You're giving me a headache.
Sorry Jane, I didn't realize I was shouting. I'll try to ease up.
Thank you, that's much better. In this example, Tony used the phrasal verb ease up to mean that he would try to become less intense and lower his voice. He recognized that he was being too loud and agreed to make an effort to change his behavior. The phrase ease up can also be used in other situations, such as when someone is being too strict, controlling, or demanding. It's a polite way to ask for someone to become more relaxed and flexible.
Eat out. Eat out means to eat a meal at a restaurant or somewhere outside of your home. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, do you want to grab some dinner tonight?
Sure, what do you suggest?
Let's eat out tonight. How about we try that new Italian restaurant downtown?
In this dialogue, Jane is suggesting to Tony that instead of cooking dinner at home, they should go to a restaurant to eat. She uses the phrasal verb eat out to convey this idea. Tony then agrees to the plan and Jane suggests they try a new Italian restaurant.
Edge away. To move slowly and cautiously away from something or someone. Let's see an example.
Did you see that creepy guy over there?
Yeah, let's edge away from him.
In this conversation, Tony suggests that they should move away from the creepy guy by edging away from him. The phrasal verb edge away indicates a slow and cautious movement away from someone or something. Tony's suggestion implies that they should move away from the guy gradually, so as not to draw attention to themselves. This phrase is often used to convey a sense of caution and carefulness in social situations. Edge out. To edge out means to slowly move ahead of or surpass someone or something, typically in a competitive situation. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, I heard that the promotion list is out. Did you make it to the top spot?
No, unfortunately, I got edged out by Greg.
In this example, Tony is saying that he was surpassed by Greg and he did not get the promotion. Edge out here means that Greg slowly moved ahead of Tony and eventually surpassed him for the top position.
Egg on. To egg on means to encourage or incite someone to do something, often something they might not otherwise do. Let's see an example.
I don't know if I should try out for the school play. I've never acted before.
Come on, Jane. You'd be great. Don't be scared. I'll even come to watch you audition.
In this dialogue, Tony is egging on Jane to try out for the school play. He is encouraging her and giving her the confidence to go through with it, even though she might be hesitant or nervous about it. By using this phrasal verb, he is inciting her to take action and do something she might not have done otherwise.
Elaborate on. Elaborate on means to provide more detail or information about something that has already been mentioned. Let's see an example.
Jane, I heard you got a new job. Congratulations. Can you elaborate on what kind of work you'll be doing?
Thanks, Tony. I'll be working as a marketing coordinator for a tech company. Basically, my role will be to develop and implement marketing strategies to promote the company's products and services.
In this dialogue, Tony used the phrase elaborate on to ask Jane for more details about her new job. Jane then provided more information about her role as a marketing coordinator and the specific marketing strategies she'll be using. In this context, elaborate on means to provide more detail or information about a topic that has already been mentioned.
Embark on. Embark on means to begin or start something, especially a new project or adventure. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony. What are your plans for the summer?
I'm thinking of embarking on a road trip across the country.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb embark on to convey his intention to start a new adventure by planning a road trip. This phrasal verb emphasizes the idea of beginning a journey, project, or activity that requires determination and effort.
Empty out. The phrasal verb empty out refers to the act of removing everything from a container or space, leaving it completely empty. Let's see an example. Have you finished cleaning out the fridge yet?
Yep, I just emptied it out.
In this example, Tony is saying that he has removed all the food items from the fridge, leaving it completely empty.
End in. End in is a phrasal verb that means to finish or conclude with a specific result or outcome. Let's see an example. Do you think the party tonight will end in chaos?
I hope not, but with that crowd, it could go either way.
In this example, Jane and Tony are discussing the possibility of the party they will attend later on ending in chaos. By using the phrasal verb end in, Jane is implying that there could be a negative outcome to the party. Tony acknowledges this possibility and expresses his hope that it will not end that way, but admits it could happen given the group of people attending.
End up. End up is a phrasal verb that means to finally or ultimately reach a particular place, situation, or outcome, often with a sense of surprise, unexpectedness, or regret. Let's see an example.
Have you decided where to go for dinner tonight?
Not really. I was thinking about trying that new Italian restaurant, but I'm not sure if they have any vegetarian options.
Well, let's give it a try. Who knows, we might end up loving it.
In this conversation, Jane suggests to Tony that they go to a new Italian restaurant for dinner. Tony initially hesitates, but Jane convinces him to try it out, saying that they might end up loving it. By using the phrasal verb end up, Jane implies that their final outcome is uncertain and unpredictable, but that they might end up enjoying the restaurant despite Tony's initial doubts. The phrase end up highlights the unexpected nature of the final outcome, which might differ from their initial expectations or plans.
Enter into. Enter into means to start a discussion, negotiation, or agreement with someone. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you entered into any negotiations with the new client yet?
Yes, we had a meeting last week and we're discussing the terms.
In this example, Jane is asking Tony if he has started any discussions or negotiations with the new client. Tony confirms that they have had a meeting and are currently discussing the terms of the deal. Enter into is used to refer to the start of these discussions or negotiations between two parties.
Entrust with. Entrust with means to give someone a responsibility or a duty to take care of something. Let's see an example.
Hi, Tony, I'm going out of town for a few days. Can I entrust you with my dog, Max?
Of course, I'd be happy to help. I can't wait to meet Max.
In this example, Jane is entrusting Tony with the responsibility of taking care of her dog while she is out of town. She is giving him the task of feeding Max, taking him for walks and making sure he is safe and happy. By using the phrasal verb entrust with, she communicates to Tony that she trusts him to take care of her beloved pet. It is a common way to convey confidence in someone's abilities or character when giving them a task or responsibility.
Even out. To become more balanced or equal in amount or intensity. Let's see an example.
Tony, have you noticed that some people in our department are working overtime while others hardly have anything to do?
Yes, I have. It's not fair, is it?
Exactly. I think our manager needs to even out the workload.
In this dialogue, Jane and Tony are discussing the uneven distribution of work in their department. Jane suggests that the workload should be evened out, meaning that each person should receive a fair amount of work and no one should be overworked or idle. This use of even out implies that the workload is currently unbalanced and that an effort needs to be made to correct it.
Even up. To make things equal or level, to balance something out. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you finished calculating the scores for our basketball game last night?
Yeah, I have. Why do you ask?
Well, we need to even up the teams for the next game. It was unfair that Michael and John were on the same team.
I agree. We can switch Michael to your team and John to mine. That should even up the skill level.
In this dialogue, Jane is using the phrasal verb even up to suggest that they should make the teams equal or balanced. Tony understands what she means and suggests a solution to balance out the teams by switching one player from each team. The phrase even up is used to convey the idea of making something fair and balanced.
Examine into. When someone examines into something, they investigate or look into it thoroughly. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, I heard that there's been an audit into our department's finances. Do you know anything about it?
Yeah, I heard about that too. They're planning to examine into all of our transactions from the past year.
In this example, Jane is asking Tony if he has any information about an audit that is happening in their department. Tony confirms that he has heard about it and explains that the audit will involve a thorough investigation into all of their financial transactions from the past year. Therefore, the phrasal verb examine into is used to describe the intensive investigation that will take place during the audit. Experiment with. To try out and test something new or different in order to see what happens. Let's see an example.
Tony, have you seen my new hair color?
Yes, it looks great on you. Why did you choose purple?
I wanted to experiment with something different and bold.
In this example, Jane used the phrasal verb experiment with to explain that she wanted to try something new with her hair color. This phrase means that someone wants to explore something different. In this case, Jane wanted to try out a new hair color to see how it looks and feels. It signifies the willingness to take a chance and try something that is not familiar to someone.
Exposed to. Exposed to means to subject someone or something to a particular situation or experience. Let's see an example.
Jane, have you ever been exposed to scuba diving?
No, I haven't. Why?
Well, I'm thinking of planning a scuba diving trip and I wanted to know if you'd be interested in joining me.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm a bit scared of the water.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to expose you to the basics and we'll start with shallow waters. You'll love it once you get the hang of it.
In the dialogue, Tony used the phrase exposed to ask Jane if she had any previous experience with scuba diving. He was essentially asking whether she had been subjected to scuba diving before. Tony then went on to explain that he wanted to introduce Jane to scuba diving by exposing her to the basics, and starting with shallow waters. In this context, exposed to means to introduce someone to a new experience or situation, in this case scuba diving.
Extend to. The phrasal verb extend means to include or reach a particular person or thing. Let's see an example.
Tony, can you also bring your girlfriend to Mary's birthday party?
I'm sorry, but I don't think I can. My invitation only extends to me and not my plus one. In this example, Tony used the phrasal verb extend to explain that his invitation to Mary's birthday party only included him and did not include his girlfriend. The phrase extend to is often used in situations where someone wants to clarify the boundaries of an invitation, deal, or offer. It is a way of specifying what is included or not included in a certain situation.
Eye up. Eye up means to look at someone or something in a way that suggests interest, desire, or evaluation. Let's see an example. Jane, why are you eyeing up my new shoes?
Oh, sorry, Tony. I couldn't help but notice them. They look really nice.
Thanks. I just bought them yesterday. I was eyeing them up in the store for a while before I finally decided to buy them.
Yeah, I can see why. They're definitely eye-catching.
In this dialogue, Tony used the phrase eye up to ask Jane why she was looking at his new shoes in a way that suggested interest or evaluation. Jane then admitted that she was admiring his shoes, and Tony explained that he had been doing the same thing before he bought them. In this context, eye up means to look at something with interest, desire, or evaluation.
Face up to. To face up to means to confront a difficult or unpleasant situation without avoiding it. Let's see an example.
I got a call from my boss today. He wants to have a meeting with me tomorrow.
Why do you seem worried about it?
Well, he usually calls for meetings to discuss bad news. So, I have to face up to whatever it is.
In this example, Jane is using the phrasal verb face up to express her willingness to confront the situation or problem, even if it is difficult or unpleasant. She understands that she cannot avoid it and must deal with it. The phrase here emphasizes the importance of confronting and taking ownership of problems instead of running away from them.
Fall apart. The phrasal verb fall apart is used to describe a situation or thing that breaks, fails, or collapses completely, either physically or emotionally. Let's see an example.
Hey, have you seen my old bicycle? It's falling apart.
Yeah, I noticed that. It's not safe to ride anymore. In this example, Jane uses the phrasal verb fall apart to describe the state of her old bicycle, indicating that it is in a state of disrepair and is no longer functional. Tony agrees with her assessment and warns her that it's not safe to ride anymore, emphasizing the severity of the situation.
Fall down. Fall down means to fall to the ground. It can also mean for something to fail or come to an end abruptly. Let's see an example.
What happened to your leg? Looks like you fell down.
Yeah, I was running in the park and I tripped on a rock. It was pretty embarrassing.
In this example, Jane notices that Tony's leg is injured and assumes that he must have fallen down. Tony confirms that he did indeed fall down while running in the park. The phrase fall down is used to describe the action of Tony falling to the ground.
Fall out. Fall out means to have an argument with someone and end your relationship or friendship with them. Let's see an example.
Hey, have you spoken to Mary recently?
No, we fell out last month.
What happened?
She forgot my birthday and didn't even apologize.
In the above conversation, Tony tells Jane that he and Mary are no longer friends as they had an argument. Tony explains that Mary forgot his birthday and didn't even apologize, which caused their friendship to end. Here, the phrase fall out is used to describe the ending of a relationship or friendship due to a disagreement or argument.
Feel up to. The phrasal verb feel up to means to have the physical or mental energy and ability to do something. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, want to go for a hike this weekend?
I'm not sure. I haven't been feeling too great lately.
Oh, are you sick?
No, just feeling a bit tired and run down.
Well, let me know if you feel up to it. It would be really nice to get out and enjoy the fresh air.
In this conversation, Jane asks Tony if he wants to go for a hike. Tony responds that he's not sure because he hasn't been feeling well lately. Jane then asks if he's sick, to which Tony replies that he's just been feeling tired and run down. Jane then tells him to let her know if he feels up to it. By using the phrase, Jane is asking if Tony feels physically and mentally able to go on the hike, taking into consideration his current state of well-being. Fess up. To confess or admit to something, usually something that you've done wrong. Let's see an example. Tony, did you eat the last slice of pizza?
No, I didn't.
Come on, just fess up. I won't be mad. In this example, Jane is suspicious that Tony ate the last slice of pizza. She is urging him to fess up, or confess to eating it, by using a casual and informal tone. This phrase is often used when people know that someone is guilty of a wrongdoing, but want them to take responsibility and come clean about it.
Figure out. To figure out means to understand or solve a problem or situation. Let's see an example.
Tony, can you figure out how to fix my laptop? It's not working properly.
Sure, let me take a look at it.
In this example, Jane is asking Tony to understand or solve the problem with her laptop. Tony agrees to examine it and use his problem-solving skills to figure out what is wrong with it. The phrasal verb figure out is used to express the act of comprehending or unraveling a situation or problem.
Fill in. To provide information, usually in writing, to complete a form, questionnaire, or survey. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, can you give me a hand? This job application is taking ages to complete.
Sure, what do you need help with?
Well, I'm struggling to answer this question about my previous work experience. Do you have any ideas?
Why don't you just fill in the information that's asked for on the form?
In this dialogue between Jane and Tony, we see Jane asks Tony to help her complete a job application. She means that she needs help with the filling in the previous work experience section of the application. Find out. Find out means to discover or learn something, usually through investigation or research. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you found out what time the concert starts?
No, I haven't. Let me check the website and find out for you.
In this example, Jane is asking Tony if he has discovered the start time for a concert. Tony responds by saying he hasn't found out yet, but he'll look it up and let her know. Find out is used here to express the action of learning information through research or investigation, in this case, checking the concert website.
Finish off. Finish off means to complete or bring to an end something that has been started. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you finished your work yet?
Yeah, I just need to finish off the last few pages. In this situation, Tony uses the phrasal verb finish off to mean that he just needs to complete the last few pages of his work before it's done. He is using the phrase to indicate that he's in the final stages of completing his task, and he only has a little bit left before he's done with it completely.
Fix on. Fix on means to focus or concentrate on something or somebody. Let's see an example.
What are you thinking about, Tony? You seem lost in thoughts.
I'm trying to fix on how I can improve my sales pitch for the upcoming presentation.
In the conversation, Tony is telling Jane that he is deep in thought, focusing on how to improve his sales pitch for his upcoming presentation. He is using the phrasal verb of fix on to express how he is trying to concentrate his mind on that particular task.
Fix up. To fix up means to arrange or organize something, usually a meeting or a date. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, did you fix up that meeting with the client?
Yes, I fixed it up for next week.
In this example, Jane is asking Tony if he has arranged a meeting with a client. Tony confirms that he has fixed up the meeting for next week, meaning that he has organized it and set a date.
Flick through. To flick through means to quickly browse or glance through something that has multiple pages, such as a book or magazine. Let's see an example. Hey Tony, what are you doing?
Just flicking through this new magazine I bought. It's got some interesting articles.
In this example, Tony is using the phrasal verb flicking through to describe how he's looking at the magazine. He's quickly browsing through the pages to get an idea of the content. This phrasal verb is often used when someone is looking for something specific, but not necessarily reading every page.
Fly back. To return to a place by flying. Let's see an example. Are you going to fly back to London after the business meeting?
Yes, I am. I need to be back at work on Monday.
In this example, fly back means to return to London by airplane after the business meeting. Tony explains that he needs to be back at work on Monday, so he will fly back to London.
Focus on. Focus on means to give attention and concentrate on something specific. Let's see an example.
I'm feeling overwhelmed by all the work I have to do this week.
Okay, take a deep breath. Let's focus on one task at a time. What's the most important thing you need to do?
In the dialogue, Tony is using the phrasal verb focus on to suggest to Jane that she should prioritize and concentrate on one task at a time instead of feeling overwhelmed by everything she has to do. By saying let's focus on one task at a time, he is implying that they should give their attention and energy to completing one task before moving on to the next one. This helps Jane to approach her workload in a more manageable and focused manner.
Follow up. The phrasal verb follow up means to take further action or to pursue something that has been started or discussed previously. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, did you hear back from the job interview you had last week?
No, not yet. But I am planning to follow up with the HR manager to see if there are any updates.
In this dialogue, Tony is indicating that he wants to take further action to get an update on his job interview status. By using the phrasal verb follow up, he is conveying that he intends to make an effort to pursue the matter with the HR manager by initiating contact or a request for information.
Fool around. To engage in aimless, playful, or irresponsible behavior, often wasting time or distracting oneself from more serious matters. Let's see an example.
Do you want to come over and watch a movie tonight?
Sure, but I can't stay long. I have a big exam tomorrow.
Don't worry about studying tonight. Let's just relax and fool around for a bit.
In this conversation, Jane is suggesting that they spend their time together engaging in playful or silly activities rather than focusing on Tony's upcoming exam. She is encouraging him to take a break and enjoy their time together without any serious responsibilities weighing them down.
Freak out. To become extremely anxious, agitated, or upset. Let's see an example.
Are you okay? You look really upset.
No, I just found out that my flight got canceled and I can't make it to the meeting tomorrow.
Don't freak out. There must be another way to get there.
In this example, freak out means to become extremely anxious or upset. Jane notices that Tony looks upset and asks him if he's okay. Tony explains that his flight got canceled and he won't be able to attend an important meeting. Jane tells him not to freak out, meaning that he shouldn't become overly worried or upset about the situation. Instead, she suggests finding an alternative solution.
Freeze up. When someone freezes up, it means that they become too nervous or scared to say or do anything. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, did you give that presentation in front of the boss yet? How did it go?
No, I totally froze up when I got up there. I couldn't remember anything I wanted to say.
In this example, Tony is admitting to Jane that he became too anxious during his presentation and was unable to speak or remember any of his prepared material. The phrase freeze up can also be applied to other scenarios where someone becomes so anxious that they are unable to think or perform a task.
Fuss over. To pay excessive attention or show unnecessary concern or anxiety about something or someone. Let's see an example.
Why are you fussing over the food so much? It's just a casual dinner party.
I know, I just want everything to be perfect for my guests. In this example, Tony is showing excessive concern over the food for his dinner party. He is fussing over it because he wants everything to be perfect for his guests. This phrase can be used to describe someone who is being overly attentive to a situation or person.
Get along. Get along means to have a good relationship and be able to work or live together harmoniously. Let's see an example. Tony, how do you get along with your new roommate?
I get along with him really well, actually. He's pretty chill and we have similar schedules.
Tony and Jane are discussing Tony's roommate and how Tony's relationship with him is. Tony responds that they get along really well, meaning that they have a good relationship and are able to live together harmoniously.
Get away. Get away means to escape from a place or situation, or to go on a short vacation or getaway. Let's see an example.
I need to get away from all this stress. Let's plan a weekend getaway.
That sounds like a great idea. Where do you want to go? In this example, Jane and Tony are talking about Jane's desire to escape from her stressful routine. She uses the phrasal verb get away to express her need to take a break from her daily life. Tony understands her request and suggests they plan a weekend getaway together. The phrase is used here to refer to taking a short vacation to relax and recharge.
Get by. To manage to live or cope with a situation or limited resources. Let's see an example.
How are you doing financially? I know you were struggling a bit.
I'm managing to get by. I picked up a few more hours at work, so things should get easier soon. In this conversation, Tony is saying that he is able to handle his financial situation, but just barely. He is saying that he is getting by, which means he is able to cope with his limited resources and manage to live. The phrase get by implies that the situation is not ideal and may require some effort to maintain, but it's currently manageable.
Get in. Get in is a phrasal verb that means to enter a place or vehicle. Let's see an example.
Hey Jane, get in the car quickly. We need to hurry up and get to the movie theater before the previews end.
In this scenario, Tony is telling Jane to enter the car by using the phrasal verb get in. He is instructing her to sit inside the vehicle so that they can quickly make it to their destination before the previews end. Get in is commonly used when someone wants you to enter a vehicle, but it can also be used in other situations like entering a building or a room.
Get off. To exit or disembark from a vehicle or mode of transportation. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, what time does our bus arrive?
It arrives at 1 p.m., but we need to make sure we get off at the right stop. In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb get off to refer to their need to disembark from the bus at a specific stop. The phrase is commonly used when someone needs to exit a vehicle, such as a bus or train, or even a plane. Get on. Get on refers to the act of having a good relationship or working well with someone. Let's see an example.
How's your new job going?
It's great. Everyone is really friendly and I get on well with my colleagues. In the example, Tony uses the phrase get on to express that he has a good relationship with his colleagues and enjoys working with them. This phrase can be used to describe any type of relationship, whether it's with friends, family, or colleagues. When someone says they get on with someone else, it generally means they have a positive connection or bond.
Get over. To recover from something or someone, to move past a difficult experience or emotion, or to forgive someone. Let's see an example.
I can't believe you're still upset about what happened last night.
It's just hard to get over it. I feel so embarrassed.
In this dialogue, Tony is struggling to recover from a situation that has left him feeling embarrassed. He is having a difficult time moving past the experience and letting go of the negative emotion associated with it. To get over something or someone means to overcome or come to terms with a traumatic or difficult experience, feeling, or person.
Get through. The phrasal verb get through means to successfully complete or pass something, whether it be a task, exam, or difficult situation. Let's see an example.
How was your exam yesterday?
It was tough, but I think I managed to get through it.
In this example, Tony is saying that although the exam was difficult, he was able to complete it successfully. Get through is used here to describe the successful completion of the exam, despite its difficulty.
Get up. To get up means to rise from a sitting, lying, or kneeling position and stand on one's feet. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, wanna grab some breakfast at our favorite cafe?
Yeah, sure. What time?
How about we get up at 7 a.m. and meet there at 8:30 a.m.?
In this dialogue, Jane suggests that they wake up from their beds and get ready to leave their homes by 7 a.m. This will give them enough time to meet up and have breakfast together by 8:30 a.m. By using the phrasal verb get up, Jane implies that Tony needs to physically rise from his bed and prepare himself for the plan they have made. Give away. To give something to someone else for free or without expecting anything in return, or to reveal a secret or information. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, do you want this book? I already read it and it's just taking up space on my shelf.
Really? You're giving it away?
Yeah, I don't need it anymore. You can have it.
In this example, Jane is using the phrasal verb give away to offer the book to Tony for free. She is not expecting anything in return for the book, making it a giveaway. The phrasal verb give away can also be used in the context of revealing a secret or information, such as I can't believe she gave away the surprise party plans. This would mean that someone revealed the plans for a surprise party, ruining the surprise.
Give in. To give up or surrender to something or someone, often after a struggle or resistance. Let's see an example.
I really don't want to stay up late to finish this project.
Come on, Jane. You can't give in now. We're almost finished.
In this example, Tony is encouraging Jane to keep going and not give up on the project, even though she is tired and doesn't feel like completing it. He is using the phrasal verb given to suggest that Jane should not surrender to her desire to sleep and should continue working on the project.
Give out. To distribute or hand out something to multiple people. Let's see an example.
Tony, can you help me give out the flyers for our school event tomorrow?
Sure thing. Do you have a list of the classrooms we need to visit?
In this conversation, Jane is asking Tony to assist her in handing out flyers to people for their upcoming school event. Tony agrees to help and asks Jane if she has a list of the classrooms they need to visit. The phrase give out is used to refer to the distribution of the flyers to multiple people.
Give up. To give up means to stop doing something, usually because it's too difficult or exhausting. Let's see an example.
How's the new job going, Tony?
Not great, to be honest. I think I'm going to give up.
What? Why? You've only been there for 2 weeks.
I know, but it's really stressful and I'm not enjoying it at all.
In this example, Tony is using the phrasal verb give up to express his intention to quit his new job. He feels overwhelmed and doesn't think he can continue doing it. Jane is surprised by Tony's decision and asks why he wants to give up so soon.
Go along. To go along means to accompany or follow someone or something or to agree with a plan or suggestion. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, do you want to go along with me to the movie tonight?
Sure, which movie are you watching? In this dialogue, Jane is asking Tony if he wants to accompany her to the movie. Tony agrees by asking which movie they are watching. Here, the phrase go along is used to represent accompanying someone to a particular place or event.
Go back. When someone goes back, they return to a place or situation that they were in before. It can also be used in a broader context, such as going back to work after a long break or going back to an old hobby. Let's see an example.
Tony, do you remember the time we visited the amusement park last year?
Yes, I do. It was so much fun.
They have new rides this year. Let's go back this weekend.
In this example, Jane suggests going back to the amusement park, which means returning to the same place they were in before. The phrase is used to describe this action of returning to a familiar place or situation.
Go on. Go on is a phrasal verb that means to continue doing something or to keep talking about something. Let's see an example.
What are you doing this weekend, Tony?
I think I might go for a hike, but I'm not sure yet.
That sounds like fun. Are you going alone?
No, I was thinking about inviting Sarah to come with me.
Oh, really? Go on, tell me more about her.
In this example, Jane uses go on to prompt Tony to continue talking about Sarah. She wants to know more about her and is interested in hearing Tony's thoughts on her. Go on is used in this way to show interest and encourage the other person to keep sharing information.
Go out. The phrasal verb go out means to leave one's home or current location and spend time outside, or to go on a date or social outing with someone. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, do you want to go out with me tonight?
Sure, where do you want to go?
In this example, Jane is asking Tony to spend time with her outside of their homes, which could mean going to a movie, a restaurant, or any other social activity. Going out in this context implies some type of planned social engagement between the two people.
Go over. The phrasal verb go over means to review, examine, or discuss something in detail. Let's see an example. Hey Tony, have you gone over the presentation slides for tomorrow's meeting?
Yes, I have. I think they are good to go.
In this example, Jane is asking Tony if he has reviewed or examined the presentation slides for the upcoming meeting. Tony confirms that he has gone over the slides and believes they are ready to be presented. The phrase go over can be used in various contexts such as reviewing notes before an exam, examining a document before signing it, or discussing a proposal in detail. Go through. To go through means to undergo or experience something. It can also refer to examining something in detail or to complete a process. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, are you okay? You look upset.
I just went through a breakup with my girlfriend.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. Do you want to talk about it?
In this example, Tony used the phrase go through to explain that he had undergone a difficult experience of a breakup with his girlfriend. Jane showed concern and empathy towards Tony's situation.
Grow up. Grow up means to mature, improve one's behavior, or change one's attitude into a more responsible and adult-like manner. Let's see an example.
Tony, you need to grow up and take responsibility for your actions.
What do you mean?
Well, you can't keep avoiding your problems and running away from your responsibilities. It's time to face them and be more mature.
In this example, Jane is telling Tony that he needs to mature and become more responsible in how he handles situations. She believes that Tony needs to change his attitude and improve his behavior to be more adult-like.
Hand in. To submit or give something to someone in authority, such as a teacher or employer. Let's see an example.
Hey, have you finished the assignment?
Yes, I have. I'm going to hand it in tomorrow during our English class.
Oh, I haven't finished mine yet. I need to get started on it tonight.
In this dialogue, Tony intends to submit his completed assignment to their English teacher during their class. Hand in is used to indicate the act of submitting the assignment to a person in authority. In this case, Tony is following the rules of submitting the assignment on time to the teacher.
Hand over. The phrasal verb hand over means to give something to someone else, usually after they have requested it. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, can you hand over the remote control?
Sure, here you go.
In this dialogue, Jane is asking Tony to give her the remote control. Tony then hands the remote over to Jane, effectively giving it to her. The phrase a handover is used to convey the act of giving something to someone else. Hang up. Hang up is a phrasal verb that means to end a phone conversation by replacing the receiver, disconnecting a call, or closing a phone app after completing a conversation. Let's see an example.
Tony, I need to go now. Can we continue our chat later?
Sure, Jane, we can talk again tomorrow.
Okay, then I'll hang up now. Bye.
Bye, Jane. Talk to you later.
In this dialogue, when Jane says, "I'll hang up now," she means that she will end the phone call by putting down the phone receiver / ending the call on her phone app. By using this phrasal verb, she clearly communicates her intention to end the conversation. Tony understands and acknowledges that Jane is ending the call, and says, "Bye, Jane. Talk to you later," to show that he is also ending the conversation.
Hash out. To thoroughly discuss and resolve something, usually a disagreement or a problem. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, did you and Mike hash out the plans for the party tonight?
Yeah, we hashed it out over lunch. We finally agreed on a time and theme.
In this example, Jane is asking Tony if he and Mike discussed and resolved the plans for the party. Tony confirms that they did and used the phrasal verb hash out to imply that they thoroughly discussed and resolved the plans during lunch. Have on. The phrasal verb have on means to wear something, or to have something on your body. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony. What do you have on today for the party?
I have my favorite blue shirt and my black jeans on today.
In this example, Jane is asking Tony about what he is wearing to the party. Tony responds by telling her about the clothes he has on. Using the phrasal verb have on here refers to the clothes Tony has put on his body.
Head off. To go in a certain direction or to leave for a particular place, often with a sense of urgency or purpose. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you seen my keys? I need to head off to work now.
Yeah, I saw them on the kitchen counter. What time do you need to be there? In this example, Jane is saying that she needs to leave and go to work soon. She uses the phrasal verb head off to express this. Tony understands that she needs to leave and asks what time she needs to be at work. Head off is a more informal way of saying leave or go, and is often used when someone is in a hurry or has a specific destination in mind.
Hear from. The phrasal verb hear from means to receive news or communication from someone, usually through a letter, email, phone call, or text message. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony. It's been a while. Have you heard from our mutual friend Tom lately?
Yeah, actually I did. He sent me an email last week.
In this example, Jane is asking Tony if he received any news or communication from their mutual friend Tom recently. Tony responds affirmatively and mentions that Tom sent him an email last week. Hear from is used here to describe the act of receiving communication from someone.
Heat up. Heat up is a phrasal verb that means to increase the temperature of something, or to become hotter. It can be used both literally and figuratively. Let's see an example.
Did you hear about the meeting today?
Yes, I heard it's going to heat up in there. In this case, Tony is using the phrasal verb heat up figuratively to mean that the situation will become intense or heated, maybe because of heated arguments or discussions.
Help out. To help out means to assist or lend aid to someone in need, often in a situation where they are struggling and require help. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, I'm really struggling with this assignment.
No worries, Jane. I can help out.
In this example, Jane is expressing that she is having difficulty with her assignment. Tony then offers to help out, indicating that he is willing to assist Jane to complete her task. The phrase help out is used here to express an offer of help in a friendly and supportive manner. The emphasis is on providing support to someone who requires assistance rather than offering a complete solution to a problem.
Hold back. The phrasal verb hold back means to resist or refrain from doing something or to prevent something from happening. Let's see an example.
Tony, why didn't you ask Sarah out? You both seem to get along really well.
I don't know. I felt like I should hold back.
In this example, Tony is indicating that he refrained from asking Sarah out, possibly due to fear or uncertainty. He held back from taking action and expressing his feelings. The phrasal verb hold back can also be used in situations where someone is trying to prevent something from happening, such as holding back tears or holding back a cough in a quiet setting.
Hold on. Hold on means to wait or to pause for a moment before continuing with what you were saying or doing. Let's see an example.
Tony, can you help me carry these bags?
Hold on, let me finish this call first.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb hold on to ask Jane to wait a moment before he can help her. He needed to finish his call before he could assist her with the bags. Hold on is commonly used to ask someone to wait until they are ready to continue with what they were doing or saying.
Hold up. Hold up means to delay or to cause a slowdown in progress. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, why did you arrive late to the meeting?
Sorry, my train was held up due to some issue on the tracks.
In this example, Tony is telling Jane that his train was delayed, causing him to arrive late to the meeting. Hold up is used to explain the delay in his journey.
Hook up. Hook up means to connect or link something to another thing, usually through electrical or technological devices. It can also mean to meet someone and engage in a romantic or sexual relationship with them. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony. Do you know how to hook up my new smart TV to my Wi-Fi?
Yeah, I can help you with that. Let's go check out the instructions.
In this example, Jane wants Tony to help her connect her new smart TV to her Wi-Fi. By using the phrasal verb hook up, she is indicating that she needs Tony to link and establish a connection between the TV and Wi-Fi.
Hop off. To hop off means to quickly and casually get off of something, such as a mode of transportation, a piece of furniture, or an object. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, this is your stop. You need to hop off.
Oh, thanks for reminding me.
In this dialogue, Jane tells Tony to hop off the bus as it has reached his destination. So, to hop off simply means to get off in a quick and casual manner. It can be used for any kind of object or transportation, and it usually implies that the person is in a hurry or needs to get off quickly. Hop on. To hop on means to quickly get on or jump onto something, such as a bus, train, or car. Let's see an example.
Tony, hurry up. The bus is here.
Wait for me. I'm coming.
Come on, hop on. We don't want to be late for the concert.
In this example, Jane is encouraging Tony to get onto the bus quickly, so they can make it to the concert on time. Hop on is used as a more casual way to say get on, emphasizing the urgency of the situation.
Hunt down. Hunt down means to search persistently and thoroughly until someone or something is found or caught. Let's see an example.
Have you seen my lost cat anywhere, Tony?
No, but don't worry, we will hunt down your cat until we find it.
In this conversation, Tony assures Jane that they will search for the cat persistently until they find it. The phrase hunt down is used to imply a thorough and determined search that will not stop until the object of the hunt is found.
Hurry along. Hurry along means to move quickly, especially to reach a destination by a certain time. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, we need to hurry along if we want to catch the train.
Okay, let's go.
In this dialogue, Jane and Tony are in a hurry to catch the train. By using the phrasal verb hurry along, Jane is suggesting that they need to move quickly if they want to arrive at the train station on time. Tony understands the urgency and agrees to move quickly to achieve their goal. The phrase hurry along is often used when there is a need to make haste and reach a destination on time. Hurry up. Hurry up is a phrasal verb that means to move quickly or complete a task faster than usual. Let's see an example. Tony, we're going to be late for the movie. Hurry up.
I'm trying, but I can't find my keys.
In this example, Jane is urging Tony to move faster so that they can make it to the movie on time. The phrase hurry up is used to encourage Tony to speed up and complete the task of finding his keys quickly.
Hush up. To prevent something from being widely known or talked about, to keep quiet about a situation. Let's see an example.
Did you hear about the scandal involving the mayor?
Yeah, but they managed to hush it up pretty quickly.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb hush up to convey that the scandal involving the mayor was kept quiet and not widely known. The phrase implies that someone in power took steps to ensure that the scandal did not become a public issue by keeping it under wraps, or by using their influence to silence anyone spreading information about it.
Jack around. To waste time or procrastinate in a purposeless or unproductive manner. Let's see an example.
Tony, why aren't you finished with that project yet?
I don't know, I keep jacking around on my phone instead of focusing. In this example, Tony is admitting to Jane that he has been wasting time on his phone instead of working on the project. He uses the phrasal verb jack around to describe his unproductive behavior.
Jack in. Jack in means to quit or give up on something, usually a job or a specific activity. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you seen John around? I thought he was supposed to be here for the meeting.
Nah, he's not coming. He's decided to jack in his job and start his own business.
Wow, that's a big step. I hope he knows what he's doing.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb jack in to inform Jane that John has decided to quit his job and start his own business. Jane expresses surprise and concern for John. The phrase jack in is used to convey the act of giving up something, such as a job or a career path, and choosing a completely different direction.
Jack up. Jack up means to raise or increase something abruptly or quickly. Let's see an example.
Have you seen the prices for flights during the holiday season?
No, not yet. Why? Are they expensive?
Yes, they're ridiculous. The airline companies really jack up the prices during this time of year.
In this dialogue, Jane is telling Tony that the airline companies increase the prices for flights during the holiday season, using the phrasal verb jack up. The phrase jack up is used to indicate that the increase in prices is sudden and significant. Jam on. Jam on is a phrasal verb that means to put on or wear quickly, especially clothes or shoes. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, we're going to be late for the party.
I know, let me just grab my shoes.
Hurry up, we don't have much time.
Hold on, let me jam on my sneakers.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb jam on to say that he needs to quickly put on his sneakers. He uses this phrase because they're in a hurry and he wants to save time by not tying his shoes. He simply wants to slide them on quickly. Jaw on. Jaw on is an informal phrasal verb that means to talk or gossip about something, often in a negative or critical way. Let's see an example. Hey Tony, have you heard about the new girl in our class?
No, what about her?
She has been jawing on about how hard the class is and how the teacher is unfair. In this example, Jane and Tony are discussing the new girl in their class. Jane mentions that the new girl has been jawing on about the difficulty of the class and the teacher being unfair. Here, jawing on means that the new girl has been continuously talking and complaining about these issues.
Jazz up. Jazz up means to improve or make something more interesting or attractive by adding something new, such as colorful decorations or flashy accessories. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, how do you like my outfit for the party tonight?
It looks nice, but it's a bit too plain. Why don't you jazz it up a little? In this example, Tony suggests that Jane add some accessories or jewelry to her outfit to make it look more attractive and unique. By using the phrasal verb jazz up, Tony implies that Jane's outfit needs some additional touches to stand out at the party.
Jerk around. The phrasal verb jerk around means to treat someone badly or play with their emotions. Let's see an example.
Hey Jane, are you still talking to that guy from the dating app?
No, I had to cut him off. He was just jerking me around the whole time.
In this dialogue, Jane is expressing her frustration with the guy she was talking to from the dating app. She felt like the guy was not being serious and was only playing with her emotions, which led Jane to end the conversation. The phrase jerk around is used here to describe this negative behavior towards someone.
Jig around. Jig around is a phrasal verb that means to move or rearrange something quickly or repeatedly until it is in the desired position or order. Let's see an example.
Tony, can you help me jig around the furniture in the living room?
Sure, what do you have in mind?
In this example, Jane is asking Tony for help to rearrange the furniture in the living room. She uses the phrasal verb jig around to express that she wants to move the furniture quickly and repeatedly until it is placed in the desired position. The use of this phrasal verb is crucial to convey her specific request to Tony.
Jive with. The phrasal verb jive with means to agree or be compatible with something, usually an idea or a plan. Let's see an example.
So, I was thinking of inviting my cousin over for dinner tonight.
I'm not sure that will jive with my schedule. I was planning to work late tonight.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb jive with to express that Jane's suggestion of having dinner with her cousin does not agree or fit well with his plans of working late. He implies that their schedules are not compatible and that he would not be able to join them for dinner.
Join in. Join in, it means to become involved or participate in an activity or conversation that other people are already involved in. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, come join in the game of charades we're playing.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
In this example, Jane invites Tony to join in the game of charades that she and some other people have already started playing. Tony accepts Jane's invitation and enters the game, becoming a participant in the activity. Using join in this way is common in social situations, particularly when people want to include others in a group activity.
Jot down. To quickly write something down, often a short note or reminder. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, can you remind me to pick up some milk on the way home?
Sure, let me just jot that down so I don't forget.
In this example, Tony is quickly writing down a reminder for Jane so that he doesn't forget to tell her to pick up milk. Jotting something down is a convenient and fast way to make a note or reminder of something important.
Jot out. To jot out means to write down something quickly and briefly, usually just a few notes or ideas. Let's see an example.
I'm having trouble understanding this concept. Can you jot out some key points for me?
Sure, let me grab a pen and paper.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb jot out to mean that he wants Jane to quickly write down some key points or ideas related to the concept they are discussing. He is asking her to summarize the material in a way that is easy to understand and remember. Jane understands what Tony means and agrees to write down some notes for him.
Judge by. When we judge by something, it means we form an opinion or make a decision based on a particular thing, situation, or characteristic. Let's see an example.
Tony, have you decided which candidate to vote for in the upcoming elections?
Yes, I have. I'm going to judge by their past political experience. In this example, Tony has used the phrasal verb judge by to indicate that he will make a decision about which candidate to vote based on their past political experience. Essentially, he is using this characteristic as the basis for his decision-making, and forming a judgment or opinion about the candidate based on that information.
Juice up. To juice up means to add energy or excitement to something. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, are you coming to the party tonight?
I don't know, it sounds pretty boring.
Don't worry, we'll juice it up with some games and music.
In this example, Jane is telling Tony that she will add some excitement to the party to make it more fun. The phrase juice up is used to imply that something has become more energized, lively, or exciting. It can be used in different contexts, such as making a speech more engaging or spicing up a relationship.
Jump in. Jump in can mean to get involved in a situation or to start doing something quickly. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, are you coming to help us with the decorations for the party tonight?
Sure, let me just finish this report first.
No problem, just jump in when you're ready.
In this example, Jane is inviting Tony to get involved with helping decorate for the party. She uses the phrasal verb jump in to encourage him to start helping as soon as he's able to.
Jump on. To quickly take action or to criticize someone for something they have done. Let's see an example.
Gosh, I really hate my new restaurant manager.
Why?
If one of his staff makes a mistake, he jumps on them and tells them they'll be fired if they do it again.
In this example, Jane expresses her dislike for her new restaurant manager. That is because he jumps on or criticizes his staff for their mistakes and threatens to fire them.
Jump ship. To leave a situation, group, or organization suddenly and without warning, usually because you do not think it is going to be successful. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you heard that Sarah just jumped ship and left the company?
No, really? She just started working there.
Yeah, but she didn't like the way the company was being managed, so she decided to quit.
In this conversation, Jane tells Tony that Sarah has quit her job suddenly and without warning. Tony is surprised because Sarah had just started working at the company. Jane explains that Sarah left because she didn't think the company was going to be successful, and to avoid being trapped in a failing organization, she decided to jump ship. The phrasal verb jump ship is used here to mean leaving a situation, in this case, a workplace, when you think it will not lead to any success or positive outcome.
Keep away. Keep away is a phrasal verb that means to stay at a distance or to not get too close to someone or something. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, what are you doing this weekend?
I'm going to the park to play some basketball. Wanna come?
No, thanks. I heard there was a swarm of bees near the court. I'll keep away.
In this example, Jane tells Tony that she won't be joining him to play basketball because she wants to keep away from the swarm of bees that she heard about. She wants to maintain a safe distance to avoid getting stung. Keep away is used to indicate the need to avoid something or someone for safety or precautionary reasons.
Keep in touch. The phrasal verb keep in touch means to stay connected or maintain communication with someone. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, how's it going?
Not bad, thanks. I've been so busy lately with work and stuff.
Yeah, I know. That's why we should make sure to keep in touch.
Definitely, I'll make sure to call you soon.
In this conversation, Jane and Tony are catching up after not seeing each other for a while. Jane suggests that they should make an effort to keep in touch, meaning that they should stay connected even when they are busy with other things. Tony agrees to this and promises to call her soon. Keep on. To continue doing something without stopping or quitting. Let's see an example. Are you still working on that project?
Yeah, I've been keeping on it all week.
In this example, Tony is saying that he has been continuing to work on the project without stopping or taking a break.
Keep out. To prevent someone from entering a particular place or area. Let's see an example.
Tony, why is there a sign that says keep out on your bedroom door?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jane. I'm doing some work in there, and I don't want anyone to disturb me.
In this example, Tony is using the phrasal verb keep out to inform Jane that he wants her to stay away from his bedroom because he is busy working and needs some privacy. The phrase keep out is commonly used to warn people against entering a specific area or location because it may be dangerous, off limits, or simply private. It is also frequently used to indicate the need for boundaries and respect for personal space. Keep up. Keep up means to continue doing something at the same rate or level without slowing down, falling behind, or losing pace. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, how's your new job going?
It's going great, but it's been really challenging keeping up with the workload.
Oh, I know what you mean. I have to keep up with my studies while juggling 3 jobs.
In this example, Tony uses keep up to express the struggle of maintaining the same level of productivity and efficiency at his new job. Jane relates to this by sharing her own experience of having to keep up with multiple responsibilities. In this context, keep up is used to convey the idea of not falling behind or losing pace in a particular task or situation.
Key in. To enter data using a keyboard or keypad. Let's see an example.
Tony, can you key in the password for me?
Sure, what's the password?
In this example, Jane is asking Tony to enter the password for her, instead of doing it herself. Tony then asks for the password to be able to key it in on the keyboard or keypad. This phrase is commonly used in technology and refers to the act of inputting information using a keyboard or keypad.
Kick back. To relax or take it easy, often after a period of work or effort. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, what are you up to this weekend?
Not much, just planning to kick back and watch some movies at home.
In this context, Tony means he has been working hard all week and is looking forward to relaxing and taking it easy over the weekend. He plans to kick back and enjoy some downtime by watching movies at home. Kickback can also mean receiving a portion of an illegal gain, but this meaning is not used in this example.
Kick in. Kick in is a phrasal verb that means to start to take effect or to begin to work, usually referring to a drug, medication, or a plan. Let's see an example.
I took some painkillers for my headache, but they haven't kicked in yet.
You need to give it some time. They usually take about 20 minutes to start working.
In this conversation, Jane took some painkillers to alleviate her headache, but she hasn't felt any relief from the pain yet. Tony, her friend, tries to comfort her by reassuring that the medication takes time to work and that it should start to take effect soon. Overall, kick in is commonly used to describe something starting to happen, especially if it requires a little time to work or develop.
Kick off. The phrasal verb kick off means to start or begin something, usually an event or a game. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, are you excited about the game tonight?
Yeah, I can't wait for it to kick off.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb kick off to express his excitement and anticipation for the game to start. He is looking forward to the beginning of the game and the action that will follow.
Kick out. Kick out is a phrasal verb that means to force someone or something to leave a place or a group, usually in a sudden or abrupt manner. Let's see an example.
Have you talked to Mike recently? I haven't seen him in a while.
No, I haven't. He got kicked out of our group last week.
Really? Why?
He was causing too much drama and nobody wanted to deal with it anymore.
In this example, Tony tells Jane that their mutual friend Mike was forced to leave their group due to his disruptive behavior. Tony uses the phrasal verb kick out to explain that Mike was removed from the group suddenly and without warning. It is clear from the dialogue that kicking someone out is not a pleasant experience, and it is usually done as a last resort when someone's behavior or actions are no longer acceptable.
Kick up. The phrasal verb kick up means to raise or increase the intensity of something. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, did you hear about the new boss starting next week?
Yeah, I heard she's really strict and demanding.
That's what I heard too. I'm afraid things are about to kick up in the office.
In this example, Jane is expressing her concern that the new boss is going to make things more intense or difficult in the office. She uses the phrasal verb kick up to convey this idea. Kindle up. To start a fire or ignite something, or to become more intense or enthusiastic. Let's see an example.
Why is it so cold in here? Can you light up the fireplace, Tony?
Sure thing. Let me kindle up the fire for us.
In the dialogue, Tony understands that Jane wants him to light up the fireplace to make it warmer. He responds by using the phrasal verb kindle up instead of just saying light up to convey the idea that he will start the fire and make it more intense and warm for them.
Kip down. The phrasal verb kip down means to go to bed or to sleep. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, what are you up to?
Not much, just gonna kip down soon. I'm exhausted. In this example, Tony is telling Jane that he is going to bed or he is going to sleep. The phrase kip down is used in a casual conversation between two friends to indicate that someone is going to sleep.
Knit together. To knit together means to unite or be brought closer together, often through common interests or goals. Let's see an example.
Did you hear about the community project that's starting up?
No, what is it?
It's a gardening and food initiative to bring the community together.
That sounds like a great idea. It could really help to knit together the people in our town.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb knit together to express how the community project could bring people closer together through a common interest. The phrase indicates that the project has the potential to create unity and connection among people who may not have interacted before.
Knock back. To consume or drink something quickly, usually alcohol. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, do you want another beer?
Sure, let's knock back a few more.
In this example, Tony is agreeing to have a few more beers with Jane. The phrasal verb knock back is used in a casual and informal way to mean drinking quickly or consuming alcohol.
Knock down. The phrasal verb knock down can have different meanings depending on the context, but generally means to cause something to fall or to demolish something. Let's see an example. Wow, they really knocked that building down fast.
Yeah, they've been working on it for a few days now.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb knock down to mean that the building is being demolished or destroyed. He is commenting on the speed and efficiency of the demolition process, and expressing surprise at how quickly the building has been taken apart.
Knock off. The phrasal verb knock off means to stop working or to finish work for the day. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, what time are you going to knock off work today?
I'm planning to knock off around 5 p.m. Why do you ask?
In this example, Jane is asking Tony what time he will finish work for the day. Tony responds by saying that he plans to finish work at around 5 p.m. The phrase knock off is used to mean finishing work or stopping work for the day. Knock out. The phrasal verb knock out means to make someone unconscious, either by hitting them or by using anesthesia. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, did you see the boxing match yesterday?
No, I missed it. Who won?
It was intense. The champion knocked out his opponent in the second round.
In this example, Jane uses the phrasal verb knock out to describe what happened during a boxing match. The champion was able to hit his opponent so hard that he became unconscious and could no longer continue the fight. This is a common usage of the phrasal verb knock out in the context of combat sports like boxing, MMA, or wrestling.
Knock over. To knock over is a phrasal verb that means to accidentally make something or someone fall over. Let's see an example.
Tony, be careful with that vase. It's very fragile.
Don't worry, Jane. I won't knock it over.
In this example, Jane warns Tony to be careful with a fragile vase, and Tony assures her that he won't accidentally knock it over. In this context, the phrasal verb knock over is used to express accidental actions that could cause damage or harm.
Lay off. To lay off someone means to dismiss or terminate someone's employment temporarily or permanently due to economic reasons or organizational restructuring. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, what happened to your job at the factory?
I got laid off last week. They said they need to cut back on expenses.
In this conversation, Tony tells Jane that he lost his job because he was laid off. The company he worked for terminated his employment due to financial constraints or restructuring. This phrase is commonly used in the business world when organizations need to downsize, reduce costs, or restructure to make changes to the business model.
Let down. To disappoint someone by failing to meet their expectations or breaking their trust. Let's see an example.
I can't believe Tommy let me down again.
What happened?
I was counting on him to help me move this weekend, but he forgot.
In this conversation, Jane is expressing her disappointment with Tommy, whom she had expected to help her move. She uses the phrasal verb, let down, to describe how he failed to meet her expectations.
Light up. Light up means to illuminate something or to brighten up a person's face or mood. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, did you see the Christmas decorations in the park today?
Yeah, they really lit up the whole place.
In this example, Tony used light up to describe how the Christmas decorations illuminated the park, making it look more festive and cheerful. He used it to convey how the lights brightened up the scene. Line up. A list of people or things set to participate or appear in an event. Let's see an example.
Wow, the queue for the main stage is so long.
Yeah, but it's worth it. Have you seen the line-up of performers? It's amazing.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb line up to refer to the list of performers scheduled to appear at the music festival. He emphasizes that the wait in the long queue is worth it because of the impressive lineup of musicians.
Live on. Live on means to rely on something for survival or sustainment, often referring to financial support or food. Let's see an example.
Tony, I heard you got laid off from work. How are you going to make ends meet?
I have some savings, but I may have to live on my parents for a little while. In this conversation, Tony uses the phrasal verb live on to describe his situation of relying on his parents for financial support until he finds a new job. The phrase suggests a temporary situation where someone is depending on someone or something else to provide for their basic needs.
Live up to. The phrasal verb live up to means to fulfill or match expectations, standards, or a promise. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you watched the new movie that everyone is raving about?
Yeah. It was good. It surely did live up to the expectations.
In this dialogue, Tony is using the phrasal verb live up to express that the movie was good and it matched or fulfilled the expectations that people had about it. The phrase live up to is often used in situations where someone wants to know if a person or something has lived up to their expectations, standards, or promises. This phrase can also be used in a negative manner. For example, the service at that restaurant did not live up to my expectations at all.
Lock up. Lock up means to secure something with a lock or to imprison someone. Let's see an example.
Tony, don't forget to lock up the house before we leave.
Yes, I will make sure everything is locked up properly.
In this dialogue, Jane is reminding Tony to secure the house by locking all the doors and windows before leaving the house. Tony assures her that he will do so. The phrase lock up is used here to refer to the action of securing the house by locking all the entrances.
Log in. To log in means to enter or provide credentials such as a username and password to a computer system, database, or website in order to access its services. Let's see an example.
Tony, have you logged into the online portal to check your grades?
No, not yet. I forgot my password.
In this dialogue, Jane is asking Tony whether he has entered his login details to access the online portal where he can check his grades. Tony admits that he has not done so because he has forgotten his password. To log in means to authenticate oneself in order to use an online system or application.
Log out. To log out means to formally end a computer session by logging off or signing out of a website or application. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony. Can you show me how to use this website?
Sure thing. First, you need to create a new account by clicking on the Sign Up button.
Okay, now what?
After you've entered your details, you can log in using your username and password.
That sounds easy. But how do I log out when I'm done?
Just click on the Log Out button on the top right corner of the page. In this example, Tony explains to Jane how to log out of a website after using it. By logging out, you are formally ending your session on the website and preventing anyone else from accessing your account. This is an important security measure to protect your personal information.
Look after. To take care of someone or something, especially on a regular basis. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, could you possibly look after my dog for the weekend? I need to go out of town.
Of course, I'd be happy to look after your furry friend. In this example, Jane asks Tony to look after her dog. She is essentially asking Tony to take care of her dog while she is away, feeding it, walking it, and making sure it has everything it needs. Tony agrees to do this, showing that he is willing to take on the responsibility of caring for Jane's pet. Look after is a common phrasal verb used in everyday conversation when people need someone to take care of something or someone in their absence. It can be used to ask someone to look after a pet, a child, a house, or even a plant.
Look ahead. The phrasal verb look ahead means to anticipate or plan for future events or situations. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you thought about your summer vacation plans yet?
Yeah, I'm already looking ahead and planning a trip to Hawaii.
In this example, Tony is using the phrasal verb look ahead to indicate that he is already thinking about and planning for his upcoming summer vacation. The phrase emphasizes the idea of anticipating future events and taking action to prepare for them in advance. In everyday life, we use this phrasal verb to discuss anything from travel plans to business strategies to personal goals.
Look around. To look around means to examine or explore a place or a room by moving your eyes around it. Let's see an example.
Wow, this museum is huge. Where should we start?
Let's just take our time and look around. Maybe we can start with the paintings on the ground floor.
In this dialogue, Tony is suggesting to Jane they should explore the museum by looking around, or by examining the different exhibits and galleries in the museum.
Look back. The phrasal verb look back means to think about the past or to reflect on past events, experiences, or memories. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, it's been a long time. Do you ever look back on our college days and think about all the crazy times we had?
Yeah, I do actually. Those were some really fun times. In this conversation, Jane uses the phrasal verb look back to ask if Tony ever thinks about their past experiences in college. Tony's response suggests that he also reflects on their past, indicating that the phrase can be used to refer to positive memories as well. The use of this phrasal verb helps to convey the idea of reminiscing or recollecting past experiences. Look for. Look for means to search for something, usually because it is lost or needed. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you seen my purse?
No, I haven't. Where did you last have it?
I think I left it at the coffee shop. Can you help me look for it?
Sure, let's go back and check.
In this example, Jane is looking for her purse which she thinks she left at the coffee shop. She asks Tony for help and he agrees to search for it with her. Look for is used to describe the action of trying to find something that is lost or needed.
Look forward. To feel excited and positive about something that is going to happen. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony. Did you hear that we're going to the beach this weekend?
Yes, I'm really looking forward to it.
In this dialogue, Tony expresses his excitement about going to the beach. He uses the phrasal verb looking forward to convey his positive anticipation of the upcoming event. The verb implies a sense of eagerness, hopefulness, and joy for what is about to happen.
Look into. The phrasal verb look into means to investigate or examine something in order to gain more information about it. Let's see an example.
Have you heard back from the company about your job application?
Not yet, but they said they would look into it and get back to me soon.
In this dialogue, Tony is saying that he has not received any news about his job application, but the company said that they would examine his application in order to provide a response.
Look out. Look out is a phrasal verb that means to be careful and pay attention to what is happening around you, especially for potential dangers or obstacles. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, look out for that car.
Thanks, I almost stepped into the street without looking.
In this conversation, Jane warns Tony to be careful of the car approaching, and Tony thanks her for looking out for him. Look out is used in this conversation to advise someone to be cautious and take note of their surroundings to avoid accidents.
Look over. To examine or review something, usually quickly and casually. Let's see an example.
Tony, can you look over my essay before I submit it?
Sure, I can look over it for you.
In this conversation between Jane and Tony, Jane is asking Tony to examine her essay quickly before she turns it in. Tony agrees to do so, implying that he will review it briefly and give her any feedback he finds necessary.
Look up. To look up means to search for information, usually in a book or on the internet. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, do you know how much the movie tickets cost?
No, I'm not sure. Let me look it up online.
In this scenario, Tony is using the phrasal verb look up to search for information about the movie ticket prices. He is going to use the internet to find out and provide an answer to Jane. Look up is commonly used when we need to find information quickly and efficiently. It can be used in both casual conversations and formal settings.
Make for. Make for means to move towards a destination or to be the cause of something. Let's see an example.
What time is it, Tony? Oh, gosh. It's already 7:30, and we're supposed to be at the party by 8 o'clock. Let's hurry up.
Okay, let's make for the car.
In this example, Jane and Tony are in a hurry to get to a party that starts at 8 o'clock. Tony suggests that they make for the car, meaning they need to move towards the car as quickly as possible to reach the party on time.
Make out. Make out is a phrasal verb that can have multiple meanings depending on the context it is used in. However, in its most common usage, it means to see, hear, or decipher something, often with difficulty. Let's see an example.
What did he say?
I couldn't quite make it out. The music is too loud.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb make out to indicate that he couldn't hear what someone was saying because the environment was too noisy. The sound was not clear and he had to strain his ears to try to understand it.
Make over. Make over is a phrasal verb that means to give someone or something a new appearance or to improve its condition. Let's see an example.
Tony, have you seen Sarah's new haircut? She looks amazing.
No, I haven't. Did she get a complete makeover or just a new haircut? In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb make over to ask if Sarah had a complete change in her appearance or just a new haircut when he heard about Sarah's new hairstyle. The use of make over in this context implies a complete transformation in appearance, such as changing haircuts, makeup, accessories, and clothes, as opposed to just a minor adjustment.
Make up. The phrasal verb make up means to reconcile or resolve a disagreement or argument between two people. Let's see an example.
Hi, Tony. Have you spoken to Katie lately?
No, we had a big fight last week.
Oh no. That's not good. You should make up with her.
I don't know if I can. It was a really big argument.
Sometimes you just have to swallow your pride and apologize. You'll feel better once you make up.
In this conversation, Jane is suggesting to Tony that he should try to reconcile with Katie after their disagreement. By using the phrasal verb make up, Jane is implying that Tony and Katie should put their argument behind them and resolve their issues. She then suggests that an apology might be necessary for Tony to make up with Katie. By resolving their disagreement and making up, Tony and Katie can move forward and repair their relationship.
Mark up. Mark up is a phrasal verb which means to increase the price of something either for profit or to cover the costs. Let's see an example.
Did you see these new t-shirts at the store?
Yeah, they look really cool.
I want to buy one, but they are so expensive.
How much are they?
They were $25 the last time I checked, but now they have marked them up to $35.
In this dialogue, Jane and Tony are talking about the price of t-shirts at the store. Jane says that she wants to buy one, but they are now more expensive than she expected. Tony asks how much they are, and Jane explains that the store has marked up the price from $25 to $35. This means that the store increased the price of the t-shirts, which may be due to reasons such as trying to make a profit or covering their own costs.
Measure up. Measure up is a phrasal verb that means to be good enough or to meet a certain standard or expectation. Let's see an example.
So, did you hire that new employee yet?
Not yet. I'm interviewing a few candidates this week to see if they measure up.
In this example, Tony is using the phrasal verb measure up to convey that he is evaluating the candidate's qualifications and skills to see if they meet the required standards for the job. He wants to ensure that the candidates are good enough to be hired.
Meddle with. The phrasal verb meddle with means to interfere in something that is not your concern or to tamper with something unnecessarily. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, have you been using my laptop?
Yeah, sorry about that. I was trying to fix the sound, it was really low.
What? Why did you meddle with it? You could have asked me first.
In the given dialogue, Tony admits to meddling with Jane's laptop by trying to fix the sound without her permission. Jane is upset because Tony interfered with her personal property without her knowledge or consent. The use of meddle with emphasizes the fact that Tony overstepped his boundaries and interfered with something that was not his to tamper with.
Mess up. Mess up means to make a mistake or to spoil or ruin something. Let's see an example.
Did you see the cake I baked for the party? It looks terrible.
Yeah, you really messed it up. Can we buy a new one? In this situation, Tony uses the phrasal verb mess up to describe Jane's mistake in baking the cake, which ruined its appearance. He suggests buying a new cake instead of using the messed up one at the party.
Milk out. To obtain as much as possible from a situation, usually by exerting maximum effort for a specific purpose. Let's see an example.
How did you manage to negotiate such a great deal with the supplier?
I just milked out every possible angle, crossed my fingers, and hoped for the best.
In this context, Tony is saying that he did everything he possibly could to get the best deal from the supplier. He explored every angle, tried all possible arguments, and put in his best effort to achieve his goal. By using the phrasal verb milk out, Tony conveys that he extricated every bit of advantage from the negotiation, no matter how small or difficult it was.
Miss out. To fail to experience or be a part of something enjoyable or beneficial. Let's see an example. Hey Tony, did you come to the party last night? It was amazing.
No, I missed out on that. What happened?
In this example, Jane is informing Tony that there was a fun party last night that he did not attend. Tony responds by saying he missed out on the party, meaning he did not get to enjoy or benefit from the experience of attending the party.
Mix up. The phrasal verb mix up means to combine things, people or ideas in a way that's confusing or mistaken. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, did you hear about the mix-up at the airport yesterday?
No, what happened?
In this example, Jane is using the phrasal verb mix-up to describe a confusing situation that happened at the airport. She's implying that there was a mistake made that caused confusion and chaos. The phrasal verb can be used in everyday conversation to describe a variety of situations, from simple misunderstandings to complicated errors.
Mop up. Mop up is a phrasal verb that means to clean or remove the last remaining parts of something. Let's see an example. Tony, did you clean up the kitchen after dinner?
Yeah, I did. But there were still some crumbs on the floor, so I had to mop them up.
In this conversation, Tony used the phrase mop up to show that he had cleaned the kitchen, but there were still some small bits of dirt left, which required further cleaning. He used the phrasal verb mop up to describe the final act of cleaning and removing the last bits of dirt from the floor.
Mope around. To move around in a sad, gloomy, or listless manner, often due to being bored, lonely, or unhappy. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, do you want to come to the park with us today?
Nah, I think I'll just stay home and mope around.
In this dialogue, Tony uses the phrasal verb mope around to express that he will not be joining Jane and the rest of the group because he is feeling down or unhappy. He intends to stay at home, feeling sad and uninterested in doing anything.
Mount up. To increase in quantity or to grow. Let's see an example.
Have you seen the prices of groceries lately?
Yeah, they are really mounting up.
In this example, Tony used the phrase mounting up to express that the prices of groceries are increasing, and he is feeling the financial burden of it. The phrase amount up is commonly used to describe the accumulation or growth of something, whether it be a physical object or a concept.
Move on. To move on means to leave a situation or a person behind and make progress by focusing on new opportunities. Let's see an example.
I can't believe he cheated on me, Tony. How could he do this to me?
I'm sorry, Jane. But he didn't deserve you. It's time for you to move on.
In this dialogue, Tony is advising Jane to leave her cheating boyfriend behind and focus on new opportunities that will help her make progress in her life. He's suggesting that she shouldn't waste more of her energy on her ex and instead should move on and find a healthy way to cope with the situation. Muck about. Muck about means to behave in a silly or aimless way, without any specific purpose. Let's see an example.
What have you been up to this weekend, Tony?
Oh, not much. Just mucking about with my new guitar.
In this example, Tony is saying that he spent his weekend playing his guitar aimlessly, without any set goal or direction. Muckabout is used here to describe this type of aimless activity or behavior.
Muddle through. To manage to get through a difficult situation by improvising instead of properly preparing, often with moderate success. Let's see an example.
I'm really worried about this exam tomorrow. I don't think I'll be able to pass.
Oh, come on, you've studied for it, right?
Yeah, but I don't know if I've studied enough. I feel like I'll just have to muddle through it.
In the example, Jane expresses her concern about not being adequately prepared for the upcoming exam. Tony suggests that it might be enough, but Jane still doubts it. She then admits that she may have to muddle through it, meaning that she'll just have to do the best she can with what she's got even if it's not perfect. This shows that the phrase is used to describe how someone handles a difficult situation without having ideal resources at their disposal. It suggests that the person will need to make do with what they have and improvise to overcome the challenge ahead.
Mull over. To think carefully about something for a period of time before making a decision or coming to a conclusion. Let's see an example.
Are you going to accept that job offer?
I'm not sure yet. I need to mull it over. In this conversation, Tony is using the phrasal verb mull over to indicate that he needs to think carefully about the job offer before deciding whether to accept it or not. By using this phrase, Tony is conveying that he wants to take his time to consider all the pros and cons of the job offer before coming to a decision.
Muscle in. The phrasal verb muscle in means to force your way into a situation or conversation where you are not really needed or welcome. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, I was just chatting with some friends. Do you want to join us?
Sure, thanks for the invite. What are you guys talking about?
Nothing important, just some personal stuff.
Oh, I didn't want to muscle in if it's something private.
In this dialogue, Tony uses the phrasal verb muscle in to express his concern about joining Jane and her friends, as he does not want to intrude into their personal conversation. He wants to ensure that his presence is welcome before joining the group.
Nag at. The phrasal verb nag at means to continuously remind or bother someone about something in a persistent and annoying way. Let's see an example.
Tony, have you finished writing your report yet?
No, not yet. I'm still working on it.
You should have finished it by now. You really need to get it done.
I know, stop nagging at me, I'll finish it soon.
In the example, Jane is constantly reminding Tony about finishing his report, which makes him annoyed and frustrated, and asks her to stop nagging at him. Nag at here means that Jane is repeatedly reminding Tony, which he perceives as an annoying behavior.
Nail down. Nail down means to firmly establish something or finalize details. Let's see an example.
Have you figured out the time and location of the meeting is tomorrow?
Not yet, but I'll nail down the details by the end of the day.
In this conversation, Tony is telling Jane that he hasn't confirmed the details of the meeting yet, but he will make sure to finalize the time and location by the end of the day. Nail down in this context means establishing the details firmly and with certainty.
Name after. To name someone or something after another person or thing means to give them the same name as that person or thing. Let's see an example.
I was thinking about names for our baby, and I really like the name Emma.
Emma? That's a nice name, but I was thinking we could name her after my grandmother, Isabella.
Isabella? I didn't know that was your grandmother's name. That's a great idea. Let's name our daughter after her.
In this example, Tony suggests naming their daughter after his grandmother, Isabella. By using name after, Tony is indicating that he wants to give their daughter the same name as his grandmother as a way of showing respect and admiration. Jane agrees to the suggestion, further highlighting the positive connotations of name after in this context.
Narrow down. The phrasal verb narrow down means to make a list of possibilities smaller or more specific by eliminating options that are not relevant. Let's see an example. Tony, do you have any idea which restaurant we should go to tonight?
I'm not sure. There are so many good ones in this city.
Well, let's narrow it down. Do you want Italian or Chinese food?
I feel like Italian tonight.
Great, now we've narrowed it down to Italian restaurants. In this example, Jane and Tony are trying to decide on a restaurant to go to. However, there are too many options to consider. So, Jane suggests they narrow it down by considering only restaurants that serve either Italian or Chinese food. By eliminating the other options, they are able to quickly come to a decision and choose an Italian restaurant.
Narrow in. When you narrow in on something, you focus your attention or effort on a specific thing or idea. Let's see an example.
I'm having trouble writing this essay. I don't know where to start.
Have you tried narrowing in on your main argument?
That's a good idea. I think I've been too focused on the details.
In this dialogue, Tony suggests that Jane should narrow in on her main argument, meaning that she should focus her attention on the most important point she wants to make in her essay. By doing so, she can avoid getting bogged down in the smaller details and keep her writing more organized and clear. News up. To update someone with the latest news or information. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you heard about the new project our company is starting?
No, I haven't. Could you news me up?
In this conversation, Jane wants to update Tony with the latest news about their company's new project. She uses the phrasal verb news up to ask Tony if he would like to be informed about the project. Tony understands what Jane means and expects to receive the latest information.
Nip at. To bite, pinch or snap at something quickly and lightly. Let's see an example.
Did you notice how your dog, Max, keeps nipping at my ankles? He's starting to bother me.
I'm sorry, Jane. Max has been really playful lately. He doesn't mean any harm. In this conversation, Jane expresses her displeasure with Max's behavior, specifically when he nips or bites at her ankles. She asks Tony to intervene and stop Max from doing it. Tony explains that Max is in fact just playing, and his nips are not intended to harm Jane. This example illustrates the use of the phrasal verb nip at in context.
Nip by. The phrasal verb nip by means to visit someone quickly and briefly. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony. You won't believe who I bumped into yesterday.
Who did you see?
I nipped by our old neighbor's house when I was out running errands, and I saw Mrs. Johnson in her garden.
In this example, Jane uses the phrasal verb nip by to explain that she paid a quick visit to their old neighbor's house while she was out running errands. She saw Mrs. Johnson briefly in her garden, indicating that Jane's visit was short and brief.
Nip in. To quickly go somewhere for a short time or for a specific purpose. Let's see an example.
Tony, I need to nip in the shop to buy a few things. Will you wait for me here or would you like to come along?
Sure, I'll come with you. What do you need to buy?
In this example, Jane is letting Tony know that she needs to quickly go to the shop for a specific purpose. She uses the phrasal verb nip in to express this. Tony offers to go with her and then asks what she needs to buy. Nod along. To nod along means to show agreement or approval by nodding one's head up and down while someone else is speaking. Let's see an example.
I really loved the pasta dish I had at the new Italian place.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. I had the lasagna and it was amazing.
Exactly. The food was so good, and the atmosphere was great too.
I totally agree, nodding along to everything you're saying. In the given dialogue, Tony is nodding along to everything Jane is saying about the restaurant. By nodding along, Tony is indicating that he agrees with Jane's opinion and is interested in what she has to say. This use of nod along emphasizes the nonverbal communication of agreement and understanding, which can be just as important as verbal communication in certain situations.
Nod off. To fall asleep unintentionally, usually for a short period of time. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony. Are you okay? You look so tired.
Oh, sorry Jane, I might have nodded off for a second there.
In this context, Tony uses the phrase nodded off to explain that he had fallen asleep for a brief moment. The verb nod off is usually used in informal situations when someone unintentionally falls asleep, especially while sitting or being inactive. In this example, Tony might have been tired due to lack of sleep or exhaustion, and he couldn't help but fall asleep briefly.
Nod through. To nod through means to approve or agree to something without putting much thought into it, just by nodding or giving a quick sign. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, did you finish working on that report?
Yeah, I'm done with it. Could you just nod through it and let me know if everything's fine?
In this example, Tony is requesting Jane to quickly look through the report without giving it much thought and just nod through it to indicate everything is fine. He wants her to give a quick approval without actually reviewing the content of the report in detail. By using the phrasal verb nod through, Tony is implying that he trusts Jane's judgment and her quick approval is sufficient for him.
Nose around. To nose around means to snoop or act nosy, often by searching or investigating something in a curious or intrusive way. Let's see an example. Hey Tony, have you seen my diary?
No, I haven't. Why do you ask?
Well, I can't seem to find it anywhere. Did you nose around in my room earlier? In this conversation, Jane is accusing Tony of being nosy and investigating her personal belongings without her permission. She thinks he may have gone into her room and looked for her diary, hence using the phrasal verb nose around. The phrase can also be used in a more general sense, such as when someone is poking around for information or trying to find out something that is not their business. It can be seen as a negative behavior, as it involves invading someone's privacy or personal space without their consent.
Nose out. Nose out means to discover something through careful investigation or examination, often by actively seeking information that is hidden or difficult to find. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you found the answer to question 6 in the puzzle yet?
No, not yet. I've been nosing out all the possible solutions, but nothing seems to fit.
In this example, Tony uses nose out to describe his search for the solution to the puzzle. He implies that he has been actively searching for answers by examining and investigating all the possible options until he finds the right one. Therefore, Tony uses this phrasal verb to indicate that he is making an effort to discover the correct answer through careful investigation.
Notch up. To notch up means to achieve or gain something, particularly in a gradual or cumulative way. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you heard about the new sales target for this month?
Yeah, I heard it's pretty high. Do you think we can reach it?
Absolutely. If we work hard, we can easily notch up our sales numbers.
In this example dialogue, Jane and Tony are discussing their sales targets for the month. Jane is optimistic that they can reach the target by working hard and gradually increasing their sales numbers. She uses the phrasal verb notch up to express this idea that they can achieve their goal by slowly and consistently adding to their sales numbers.
Note down. To note down means to write something briefly or quickly, usually for the purpose of remembering it later. Let's see an example. Tony, can you please note down the address of the restaurant we're going to tonight?
Sure, let me grab a pen and paper.
In this example, Jane asks Tony to note down the address of the restaurant. Tony understands that she wants him to write it down on paper so they can refer to it later when they need it. In everyday situations, people often use note down to ask someone to write down important information they don't want to forget.
Nudge along. To encourage or gently push someone or something along, often to help them make progress. Let's see an example. Tony, have you started working on the project yet?
Honestly, I've been putting it off. I don't know where to start.
Well, let me nudge you along. First, create a rough outline of what you need to do, and then start filling in the details. In this conversation, Jane is trying to encourage Tony to start working on their joint project by suggesting a strategy for him to follow. By saying, "Let me nudge you along," she is trying to motivate him and help him make progress towards completing the project. Essentially, Jane is acting like a gentle motivator and pushing Tony to take action.
Object 2. To express disagreement or disapproval towards something. Let's see an example.
Tony, I was thinking of inviting Tom to the party tonight.
I object to that. Tom is always causing trouble at parties.
In the example, Tony expresses his disagreement towards inviting Tom to the party, citing his past behavior as the reason. Object to here means that Tony is disapproving of the idea of inviting Tom, and he clearly expresses his disagreement to Jane.
Oblige to. The phrasal verb oblige to means to make someone do something, usually through a sense of duty or obligation. Let's see an example.
Tony, can you please help me move my couch this weekend?
Sure, I'll be happy to oblige to.
In this scenario, Jane is requesting Tony's help in moving her couch. Tony agrees to help and uses the phrase oblige to indicate that he is doing it out of a sense of duty or obligation. By saying "I'll be happy to oblige to," Tony is showing that he is willing to help Jane and it is not an inconvenience to him.
Occur to. The phrasal verb occur to means to come to mind or to suddenly realize or remember something. Let's see an example.
Tony, have you seen my keys anywhere?
Did you check your jacket pocket?
Oh. It didn't occur to me to look there. Thanks, buddy.
In the example, Tony suggests Jane to check her jacket pocket for her keys, and Jane suddenly remembers that she didn't check there before, and thanks Tony for reminding her. Occur to here means that the idea of checking her jacket pocket suddenly came to Jane's mind, and she realizes that she didn't think of that before.
Offer up. To offer something as a sacrifice or to offer something as a suggestion or proposal. Let's see an example.
I'm thinking about offering up my old bike for the charity auction. What do you think, Tony?
That's a great idea. I'm sure somebody will be thrilled to buy it.
In this context, Jane is suggesting that she would donate her old bike to the charity auction. Tony agrees with her idea and expresses his positive response. Jane uses the phrasal verb offer up to describe her intention to donate something to a good cause. On with. On with is a phrase that means to continue or start doing something. Let's see an example.
I'm so tired of studying. Let's take a break.
No way, we have an exam tomorrow. We need to be on with it.
In this example, Tony uses the phrase on with to motivate Jane to continue studying. He's telling her that they cannot stop and they need to keep going with their studies.
Open in. Open in is a phrasal verb that means to invite someone into a place or event, especially to join a conversation or discussion. Let's see an example.
Hi Tony, what are you doing?
Oh, just finished setting up for the game night tonight. Want to come over and join us?
Sure, that sounds like fun. Can I still open in or did I miss the start time?
In this example, Tony invites Jane to join in on the game night, using the phrasal verb open in. Jane asks if she missed the start time, indicating that the phrase means to join an event or gathering, even if you are not involved from the beginning.
Open out. Open out means to expand the scope or size of something, usually by making it broader, more extensive, or more widely available. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, do you remember our small shop that we started together last year?
Sure, what about it?
I was thinking that we should open it out to include more products.
That's a great idea. We could cater to a larger audience and increase our sales.
In this example, Jane wants to expand the scope of their business by offering a wider range of products. Tony understands the meaning of open out and agrees with Jane's plan as it would lead to a larger customer base and higher profits.
Open up. Open up means to become more communicative or to reveal one's thoughts or feelings. Let's see an example.
What's been on your mind lately? You seem quiet.
I don't know, just feeling a little stressed, I guess.
You should open up to me about it. Maybe I can help.
In the dialogue, Jane notices that Tony is being quiet and asks what's going on. Tony reveals that he's feeling stressed but doesn't elaborate on why. Jane then encourages him to open up to her, or to share more about his thoughts and feelings. This shows that open up is used to describe sharing emotions with someone else in order to feel better or gain perspective on a situation.
Operate on. Operate on means to perform a surgical procedure on someone. Let's see an example.
Do you know if they are going to operate on Tom today?
Yes, I heard that the surgery is scheduled for this afternoon.
In this example, Jane and Tony are discussing Tom and his medical condition. Jane asks if Tom is going to have surgery and Tony confirms that he heard the surgery is happening later that day. So, operate on is being used to explain a medical procedure that will be performed on Tom.
Opt for. Opt for means to choose or prefer something over other options. Let's see an example.
Are you going to take the bus or the train to the airport?
I think I'll opt for the train. It's faster and more comfortable. In this dialogue, Tony is presented with two options, taking the bus or the train to the airport. He decides to opt for the train because he believes it is the better choice for his preferences and needs.
Opt in. Opt-in is a phrasal verb that means to choose to be included in something or to agree to participate in something. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you heard about the company's new wellness program?
No, I haven't. What's it about?
It's a program where employees can sign up for fitness classes and wellness seminars. Are you thinking of opting in?
Yeah, I think I will. I could use some exercise and it sounds like a great opportunity.
In the example, the phrase opt-in is used to ask if Tony is interested in signing up for the company's wellness program. Jane uses the phrasal verb to give Tony the option to participate in the program. Tony then confirms that he wants to opt in and agrees to sign up for the classes and seminars.
Opt out. To choose not to participate in something or to remove oneself from a situation or activity. Let's see an example. Hey, are you coming to the company retreat this weekend?
I think I'm going to opt out this year.
In this dialogue, Tony is telling Jane that he has decided not to participate in the company retreat. He has chosen to opt out of the event. The phrasal verb opt out is used here to indicate that Tony is not interested in joining the retreat and has made a conscious decision to remove himself from the situation.
Order around. The phrasal verb order around means to give orders or commands to someone in a domineering or bossy way. Let's see an example. Tony, I need you to do some research for me, and then create an outline for the presentation.
Hey, don't order me around like that. You can ask me nicely.
In the example, Jane gives Tony some specific tasks to do for her project, but Tony feels that Jane is ordering him around in a bossy or domineering way. Order around here means that Jane is giving Tony commands and expecting him to follow them, but Tony feels that he is being treated unfairly and requests that Jane ask him nicely instead.
Order in. The phrasal verb order in means to request or arrange for something to be delivered to one's location, typically food or beverages. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, what do you want to do tonight?
I don't feel like going out. Let's just order in and watch a movie.
In this example, Tony expresses his desire to stay in and have food delivered instead of going out to a restaurant. He suggests they order in, meaning they can request for their chosen meal to be delivered right to their doorstep. Overcome with. To be strongly affected by a feeling or emotion to the point that it becomes overwhelming or overpowering. Let's see an example. Tony, did you hear about David's car accident on the highway this morning?
Yes, I did. I was overcome with sadness when I heard about it.
In the example, Tony expresses that he was strongly affected by the news of the car accident involving David, and felt a sense of sadness that became overwhelming. Overcome with here means that Tony was completely absorbed by his feeling of sadness, and it was difficult for him to control it or move past it.
2. To have a debt of gratitude or responsibility to someone or something for a favor, benefit, or opportunity received. Let's see an example.
Tony, thanks for helping me move all my furniture into my new apartment.
No problem, Jane. I owed it to you for all the times you helped me out.
In the example, Tony helped Jane move her furniture into her new apartment, and he says that he owed it to her because she had helped him out in the past. Owe to here means that Tony felt a sense of responsibility or gratitude towards Jane, and that he felt obligated to help her out in return for the favors she had done for him before.
Own up. To confess or admit to something, usually a mistake or wrongdoing. Let's see an example.
Tony, did you eat the last slice of cake?
Yeah, I did. Sorry about that.
That's okay, it's a good thing that you owned up to it.
In this example, Tony owns up to eating the last slice of cake. He confesses or admits to his action.
Pan out. Pan out means to turn out or develop in a particular way, especially in a successful way. Let's see an example. Have you heard back from the job interview yet?
Yeah, I got the job.
Really? That's great news. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, it was tough competition, but it all panned out in the end.
In this example, Tony shares the news of his successful job interview with Jane. He explains that there was tough competition for the position, but it all panned out in the end, meaning that things worked out well for him and he was offered the job. This shows how the phrasal verb pan out can be used to describe a situation or outcome turning out in a favorable way.
Part with. To give something away or sell something, especially when it is difficult to do so. Let's see an example.
Tony, I love your vintage record collection. Would you ever consider parting with any of them?
It's hard for me to part with any of them, but I might be willing to sell a few.
In the example, Jane expresses an interest in Tony's vintage record collection and asks if he would consider selling any of them. Tony hesitates, saying that it is hard for him to part with any of them, but that he might be willing to sell a few. Part with here means that Tony is reluctant to give away or sell his records because they have sentimental value to him, but he is open to the possibility of doing so.
Pass away. Pass away is a phrasal verb which means to die or to pass on from this world. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, have you heard from Mary? I haven't seen her in a while.
No, Jane, I'm afraid Mary passed away last month.
In this conversation, Tony is informing Jane about Mary's passing. He is using the phrasal verb pass away to convey the news of Mary's death. The phrase pass away is commonly used to express the idea of someone dying, especially when the speaker wants to express polite condolences.
Pass out. Pass out is a phrasal verb that means to lose consciousness or to faint. Let's see an example.
Tony, are you okay? You look really pale.
I don't know what's happening. I feel really lightheaded. I think I might pass out.
In this example, Tony is feeling unwell and is afraid that he might faint. The phrase pass out is used to describe the action of losing consciousness or fainting. It is often used to describe a sudden and unexpected loss of consciousness due to illness, injury, exhaustion, or other factors.
Patch up. To mend ties or repair a relationship after a disagreement or a dispute. Let's see an example.
I heard that you and Sarah had a big fight last night. Are you guys okay now?
Yeah, we talked it out and managed to patch things up. In the example, Jane asks Tony about a fight he had with his girlfriend Sarah the previous night. Tony confirms that they had a disagreement but were able to talk it out and patch things up. Patch up here means that they were able to repair their relationship and come to a resolution after the disagreement.
Pay off. To result in success or bring a positive result, usually after a lot of effort, time or money has been invested. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you heard about Sam's new online store?
Yeah, I have. He invested a lot of time and money in it, right?
Yes, he did. But all that hard work and dedication have finally paid off.
In this example, Jane and Tony are talking about their friend's online store, which took a lot of time and money to set up. However, they are impressed that all the hard work eventually resulted in success. Therefore, they use the phrasal verb pay off to describe how Sam's effort and dedication have resulted in a positive outcome. Perk up. To perk up means to become more alert, active, or lively, to improve in mood, energy, or spirits. Let's see an example.
What's wrong, Tony? You look so down today.
I didn't get enough sleep last night, and I am feeling so tired and low.
Why don't you grab a cup of coffee? It might help you perk up for the day.
In this scenario, Jane suggests Tony to have a cup of coffee to perk up. This means that coffee might help him become more alert and active and improve his overall mood and energy levels. By using the phrasal verb perk up, Jane implies that Tony's current state is not lively or high-spirited, but with a quick fix like a cup of coffee, he can improve his overall outlook for the day.
Phase out. The phrasal verb phase out means to gradually reduce or eliminate something over time, often to replace it with something else. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you heard that they're phasing out the old model of smartphones?
Really? Why?
They're introducing a new model with better features, so they want to stop producing the old one to focus on the new one.
In this example, Jane uses the phrasal verb phase out to describe how the smartphone company will gradually reduce the production of the older model and eventually discontinue it. This is done to make way for the newer and better model, which will ultimately replace the older one.
Pick on. To constantly criticize, tease, or harass someone, usually in a way that is unfair or unwarranted. Let's see an example.
Why are you always picking on your little brother? He's just a kid.
I know, I shouldn't do it. I'll try to be nicer to him.
In the example, Jane questions Tony about why he constantly criticizes his younger brother, who is just a child. Tony admits that he shouldn't be doing it and that he will try to be nicer to him. Pick on here means that Tony was unfairly teasing or criticizing his little brother, and Jane is questioning him about it. This phrase is often used in situations where someone is targeting another person in a way that is mean or unwarranted.
Pick out. The phrasal verb pick out means to choose or select something from a group or a larger number of things. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, do you want to come shopping with me?
Sure, why not?
I need to pick out a dress for my cousin's wedding. Can you help me choose one?
In this dialogue, Jane uses the phrasal verb pick out to express the action of selecting a dress for her cousin's wedding. She asks Tony to help her choose one among several options.
Pick up. To lift, grasp, or collect something or someone, often from the ground, by using your hands. Let's see an example.
Tony, could you please help me pick up this branch? It's blocking the way.
Sure thing, Jane. Let me get it.
In this example, the phrase pick up is used to indicate that Tony would lift the branch from the ground using his hands and put it aside to clear the path for them to walk through. The phrase pick up can also be used in other situations such as picking up a lost wallet or picking up a friend from the airport. Pile up. To accumulate a large quantity of something, especially in an untidy or disorganized manner. Let's see an example. Tony, have you seen the laundry pile up in the corner of your room? It looks like a mountain.
Yeah, I know. I've been so busy with work that I haven't had time to do the laundry.
In the example, Jane notices that Tony's laundry has accumulated in a large, disorganized manner. She uses the phrasal verb pile up to describe the state of the laundry. Tony confirms that he has been too busy to take care of it, which is why the laundry has accumulated to such an extent.
Play along. To participate in a plan or activity, often pretending or acting along with others despite knowing it is not true, in order to avoid conflict or to have fun. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, do you want to play a prank on our friend Thomas?
Sure, what do you have in mind?
We can tell him that his favorite band is in town and that we can get tickets for their concert, but make him run around the city with us just for fun.
That sounds hilarious. Let's do it.
In this example, Jane and Tony agree to play along with each other, pretending to have tickets to a concert that doesn't exist in order to have some fun with their friend Thomas. They both know that it's a fake story, but they play along with it anyway, as they want to enjoy the moment and make their friend believe the prank.
Play down. To minimize or make something seem less important or significant than it really is. Let's see an example.
I heard that you won the spelling bee. Congratulations.
Oh, it wasn't that big of a deal. I just got lucky.
Don't play down your achievement. You worked really hard for it.
In this example, Jane congratulates Tony on winning the spelling bee, but Tony responds by saying it wasn't a big deal and he just got lucky. Jane then tells Tony not to play down his achievement and reminds him that he worked hard for it. Play down here means that Tony is trying to make his achievement seem less important or significant than it really is. Plow through. To work through something with determination and persistence, despite difficulties or obstacles. Let's see an example. Tony, have you finished your assignment yet?
No, I still have a lot of reading to do.
Oh, I finished mine yesterday. It took me all weekend, but I just had to plow through it. In this example, Jane used the phrasal verb plow through to describe how she worked determinedly and persistently to finish her assignment despite the difficulties or obstacles she encountered. She had to read a lot of material, but she pushed through and managed to complete the task on time. This phrase can also be used in various other situations where someone needs to tackle a difficult task that requires a lot of effort and focus.
Point out. The phrasal verb point out means to draw someone's attention to something, usually by indicating its location or existence. Let's see an example. Look, Tony, that's the new sports store.
Where? I don't see it.
It's over there, next to the cinema. Let me point it out for you. In this example, Jane uses the phrasal verb point out to bring Tony's attention to the new sports store. She indicates the store's location by pointing in its direction, making it easy for Tony to see it. The phrase point out is used to show someone something that they may not have noticed or seen before. It's a great way to help someone be aware of something that they may have not noticed on their own.
Pop up. The phrasal verb pop up means to appear unexpectedly or suddenly, usually without any prior indication or warning. Let's see an example. Hey Tony, do you want to go out for dinner tonight?
Sorry, I can't tonight. I have a last-minute meeting that just popped up.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb pop up to describe a situation when a meeting was not scheduled beforehand but appeared suddenly. It shows that he wasn't expecting it but still had to attend.
Pull off. To accomplish something successfully despite difficulty or challenges. Let's see an example.
I heard you're going to try out for the basketball team. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm going to give it a shot.
That's great, but aren't you a little short for basketball?
I know, but I've been practicing and I think I can pull it off.
In this conversation, Tony is expressing his intention to try out for the basketball team, despite being shorter than most basketball players. Jane expresses her concern, but Tony believes he can succeed despite the challenge. He believes he can pull off making the team even without the ideal physical attributes. The phrasal verb pull off means to accomplish something successfully despite difficulty or challenge, which is exactly what Tony hopes to do.
Pull through. To recover from an illness, injury, or difficulty. Let's see an example.
Hi, Tony, how's your grandpa doing?
Thanks for asking, he's pulling through.
In this dialogue, Tony uses the phrase pulling through to tell Jane that his grandpa is recovering well from his illness. The phrase indicates that his grandpa was in a difficult situation, but he is now on a path to recovery. So, pulling through means to overcome a setback or tough situation and come out of it better.
Push around. To bully or treat someone in a harsh or dominating manner. Let's see an example.
Why are you so upset?
My boss is always pushing me around, assigning me extra work, and criticizing everything I do.
In this example, Tony is telling Jane that he is being treated badly by his boss. Tony's boss is always giving him a hard time, even when he's doing his best at work. The verb push around is being used to describe the way Tony's boss is treating him, as his boss is dominating him, being harsh, and treating him unfairly.
Put away. The phrasal verb put away means to place something in its designated location, usually after it has been used or is no longer needed. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, can you put away the dishes after dinner tonight?
Sure thing, Jane. I'll put them in the dishwasher and put away the leftovers in the fridge.
In this example, Jane asks Tony to put away the dishes after dinner, meaning to place them in the dishwasher or cupboard where they belong. Tony agrees and explains how he will complete the task by putting the dishes in the dishwasher and putting away the leftover food in the fridge.
Put off. To put off means to delay or postpone something until a later time, or to cause someone to lose interest in doing something. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, I was thinking we could go to the farmer's market today.
Sorry, Jane, I need to put that off until next week. I have a work deadline to meet. In this dialogue, Tony is telling Jane that they cannot go to the farmer's market today as originally planned because he needs to delay or postpone it until next week due to his work deadline. Tony is using the phrasal verb put off to explain why they cannot go to the farmer's market today.
Put over. The phrasal verb put over means to communicate or express something clearly and effectively to someone. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, did you hear about the new project our boss wants us to work on?
No, what is it about?
Well, our boss wants us to come up with a new marketing strategy for our product and present it to the clients next week.
Oh wow, that's a big responsibility. How are we going to put over our ideas effectively to the clients? In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb put over to refer to how they will communicate their ideas clearly and effectively to the clients during the presentation. The phrase implies that they need to ensure that their ideas are understood and convincing enough to persuade the clients. Therefore, using the phrasal verb put over expresses the importance of articulating their ideas in a way that will impress their clients.
Put up with. To tolerate or endure something that is unpleasant or annoying. Let's see an example.
I can't stand your loud music anymore. It's been keeping me up all night.
Sorry, Jane. I'll try to turn it down.
No, you don't understand. I can't put up with it anymore. I need my sleep.
In this example, Jane expresses her annoyance towards Tony's loud music that has been disturbing her sleep. She tells Tony that she can't put up with it anymore, meaning she cannot tolerate it any longer. She needs her sleep and cannot endure the noise any further. Rack up. Rack up means to accumulate or gather something over time, especially in terms of points, debts, or expenses. Let's see an example. I'm so stressed out about my credit card debt. I've been trying to pay it off, but I keep racking up more charges.
Yeah, I feel you. I racked up a bunch of charges last month when I went on that trip.
In this example, both Jane and Tony use rack up to mean accumulating more charges on their credit cards, despite their efforts to reduce the amount they owe. The phrasal verb emphasizes the gradual accumulation of charges or expenses, rather than a sudden influx, and suggests that the situation is becoming more difficult to manage over time.
Rake in. Rake in means to make a large amount of money, profits, or gains in a given time period. Let's see an example.
What is your New Year's resolution this year, Tony?
I want to rake in more money this year. I think it's time for me to start a new business.
In this conversation, Tony uses the phrasal verb rake in to describe his desire to make more money than he did the previous year. He plans to do this by starting a new business venture. The verb rake means to collect or gather, so when used within, it creates the image of collecting a large quantity of profits. Rattle off. To say something quickly and fluently without much effort. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, do you remember all the 50 states of the U.S.?
Sure, I can rattle them off right now: Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California.
Tony showed that he knew the 50 states by rattling them off quickly and fluently, without any hesitation or difficulty. This phrasal verb is commonly used when someone is demonstrating their knowledge or expertise in a particular area.
Read up on. To study or learn about something by reading extensively. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, have you ever heard about the ancient Egyptian civilization?
Not really. Why do you ask?
I read an article about it yesterday and found it really interesting. You should read up on it too.
In this scenario, Jane is suggesting that Tony should read extensively about the ancient Egyptian civilization. By using the phrasal verb read up on, she implies that she has already done some research and suggests that Tony should do the same.
Reel in. To attract or draw in something or someone, like a fish to a hook, or to gain control over a situation. Let's see an example.
Tony, did you hear that our company signed a huge new client?
Really? How did we manage that?
Well, our top salesperson, Alex, was able to reel them in with his impressive pitch and negotiating skills.
In this example, Jane and Tony are discussing their company's success in gaining a new client. Jane explains that their top salesperson, Alex, was able to attract and negotiate with the potential client, ultimately gaining their business. The phrase reel in is used to describe how Alex was able to attract and secure the new client. It suggests that he was able to draw the client towards him, much like a fisherman reeling in a fish on a hook. Rely on. To trust or depend on someone or something. Let's see an example.
Tony, can you please pick me up from the airport tomorrow? My flight arrives at 4 p.m.
Sure, Jane. You can rely on me to be there on time.
In this example, Jane is relying on Tony to pick her up from the airport. Tony has given her reassurance that he will be there on time, which means Jane can trust in him to fulfill this task. The phrasal verb rely on is used to express the sense of trust and dependence that one person has in another.
Ring up. The phrasal verb ring up means to make a telephone call to someone or to refer to the total cost of a sale in a store. Let's see an example. Hey Tony, have you seen my phone? I can't seem to find it anywhere.
No, I haven't. Why do you ask?
Well, I need to ring up my friend to confirm our meeting tonight. She's not picking up her cell phone. In the example above, Jane uses the phrasal verb ring up to mean that she needs to make a phone call to her friend to confirm tonight's meeting. By saying ring up, Jane lets Tony know that she intends to use her phone to call her friend. The verb ring up can also refer to the total cost of a sale in a store. For example, a cashier might say, "Your total comes to $50. Would you like to ring up your credit card now?" In this instance, ring up means to process the payment through the electronic payment system in the store.
Rip off. To rip someone off means to overcharge or cheat them out of money or some other valuable thing. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony. How was your vacation in Hawaii?
It was great, but I think I got ripped off by one of the street vendors.
In this example, Tony tells Jane about his experience with a street vendor in Hawaii who charged him an unfair amount of money for a souvenir. The phrase ripped off means that Tony felt cheated or taken advantage of by the vendor. The vendor overcharged Tony, making him pay more than what the souvenir was worth. This is a common way that people use the phrasal verb rip off to describe situations where they feel like they've been cheated or deceived. Roll up. To arrive at a place or event in a casual or unannounced way. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, how did you get here?
I just decided to roll up and surprise everyone.
In this example, Tony is saying that he arrived at the location, probably a party or a gathering, without prior notice or invitation. He just showed up unannounced, as if he rolled up to the place.
Root for. To root for someone means to support or cheer for them, usually during a competition, difficult situation, or when they're trying to achieve a goal. Let's see an example.
Are you going to watch the game tonight?
Yeah, I am. Are you gonna root for anyone in particular?
Definitely. I'm rooting for our hometown team.
In this example, Tony and Jane are talking about a game, possibly a sports game. Tony asks Jane if she's going to watch the game and Jane responds positively. Tony then asks if she's going to cheer for any particular team or player and Jane says that she's rooting for the hometown team. In this case, rooting for means supporting or cheering for the team.
Rough up. Rough up is a phrasal verb that means to treat someone with physical roughness or violence. Let's see an example.
Why do you have a black eye, Tony?
I met a group of guys in the alley last night and they roughed me up for my money.
In the example dialogue, Tony's black eye was caused by aggressive treatment from a group of men who attacked him and stole his money. The phrasal verb rough up is used to describe the violent physical treatment given to Tony by the group of men.
Round up. Round up refers to gathering or collecting things, usually people, animals, or things that are scattered or dispersed. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, do you want to join us for a movie tonight?
I can't. I still have to round up my kids from their friend's house before I can join you guys.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb round up to indicate that he needs to collect or gather his kids from a specific location before he can join his friends for a movie. The verb round up, therefore, implies that the kids are scattered or dispersed, and Tony needs to bring them together in one place. This use of the phrasal verb round up is appropriate in the context of gathering people or things.
Rub off on. When something rubs off on you, it means that you start to adopt or acquire certain qualities or traits of a person or a thing you spend time with. Let's see an example.
I don't know why I've been listening to this kind of music lately, it's not really my style.
Oh, that's probably because you've been hanging out with Carl all the time. His music taste is rubbing off on you.
In this example, Tony is suggesting that Jane's recent exposure to Carl's music is changing her personal taste in music. The phrase rubbing off on implies that a characteristic or behavior of one person is transferring to another person through prolonged exposure. Tony means to say that Jane is acquiring some of Carl's musical preferences due to the time they've been spending together.
Rule out. Rule out means to eliminate or exclude something as a possibility. Let's see an example.
I'm thinking of inviting Mark to the party tonight, but I'm not sure if he's available.
Why don't you just give him a call and ask?
I already did, but he didn't answer. I guess I'll just have to rule him out.
In the conversation, Jane is considering inviting Mark to the party, but she's not sure if he's available. Tony suggests that she should just ask him directly. However, Jane informs him that she already tried to call him, but she couldn't reach him. Therefore, Jane agrees with Tony's suggestion and decides to rule out Mark as a possible invitee since she couldn't confirm his availability.
Run around. The phrasal verb run around means to move or go quickly from one place to another. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, what have you been up to?
Oh, I've been running around all day. I had to go to the post office, the bank, and the grocery store.
In this dialogue, Tony tells Jane that he has been running around all day. He means that he has been moving quickly from place to place to get things done. This phrasal verb is often used to describe a busy day where someone has many errands to run or tasks to complete that require them to move quickly from one location to another.
Run into. To meet someone unexpectedly or by chance. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you run into Rob lately?
As a matter of fact, I did run into him at the coffee shop last week. In this conversation, Jane is asking Tony if he has seen Rob lately. Tony responds by telling her that he saw Rob at the coffee shop last week by chance. The phrase run into is used to describe the casual and unexpected meeting that occurred.
Run out of. The phrasal verb run out of means to exhaust or use up all of something. Let's see an example.
Do you have any more milk? I need to make pancakes for breakfast.
Sorry, I think we ran out of milk yesterday.
In this dialogue, Jane asks Tony if there is more milk available in the house. Tony replies that they have run out of milk. This means that all the milk they had is now used up, and there is none left for Jane to use for her pancakes.
Run over. The phrasal verb run over means to hit someone or something with a vehicle that results in injury or damage. It can also mean to review or go through something quickly. Let's see an example.
Have you heard about the accident with Sarah's dog? She was run over by a car yesterday.
Oh my God. Is she okay?
In this example, the phrase run over is used to describe how Sarah's dog got into an accident. It means that she was hit by a car, which caused her injury.
Rustle in. To make a soft, crackling sound while moving. Let's see an example.
Did you hear that rustling in the bushes?
Yeah, it's probably just a squirrel.
In this example, Jane is using the phrasal verb rustling in to describe the sound she hears coming from the bushes. Tony understands what she means and uses the same verb to acknowledge the source of the sound. This phrasal verb is often used to describe the sound of leaves or paper being moved around in a quiet setting.
Rustle up. To quickly prepare or make something, especially food. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, are you hungry yet?
Yeah, I could eat something. But there's nothing in the fridge.
No problem, I'll rustle up some spaghetti with tomato sauce.
In this dialogue, Jane uses the phrasal verb rustle up to indicate that she will quickly prepare some spaghetti with tomato sauce for Tony to eat, even though there are currently no ingredients in the fridge. Rustle up is often used when there is a need to quickly and resourcefully prepare something, with the emphasis being on speed and efficiency.
Screw up. When someone screws up, it means they made a mistake or did something wrong. Let's see an example.
Tony, did you hear about Sarah's presentation at work?
No, I didn't. What happened?
She screwed up big time. She forgot her notes, and her PowerPoint presentation wouldn't work.
In this example, Jane is telling Tony about a colleague who made a big mistake during a presentation at work. By saying she screwed up big time, Jane is conveying that Sarah made a significant error that affected her presentation negatively. The phrase screwed up can be used in various contexts. It implies that someone made a mistake, and it can also suggest the severity of the mistake made. See through. To see through means to not be deceived by someone or something, to understand their true intentions or motives. Let's see an example.
I don't trust our new boss. He seems too nice.
I know what you mean, but I think we should give him a chance before we make any assumptions.
I just have a feeling he's not what he appears to be.
I understand, but we need to see through his actions and judge him based on his work.
In this conversation, Jane expresses her suspicions about their new boss. However, Tony advises her to give him the benefit of the doubt until they have enough evidence to support their claims. He suggests that they should see through his actions and not be swayed by their initial impressions of him. In this way, the phrasal verb see through is used to mean to look beyond the surface and get to the essence of something or someone.
Set in. The phrasal verb set in means to begin and continue in a serious or permanent way. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you noticed how cold it's getting?
Yeah, I think winter is setting in.
In this conversation, Tony is using the phrasal verb set in to refer to the beginning of the winter season. He means that the weather is becoming colder and will continue to be cold for a while. The phrase can also be used for other situations, such as the onset of an illness or the establishment of a habit.
Set out. The phrasal verb set out means to start something with a particular aim or goal in mind. Let's see an example.
What are your plans for the weekend, Tony?
I'm going to set out to clean my apartment and organize my closet.
In this example, Tony is expressing his intention to start cleaning his apartment and organizing his closet as an objective or goal for the coming weekend. Set out here means to start or initiate something with a specific aim or purpose, and in this case, it is cleaning and organizing his living space.
Set up. Set up is a phrasal verb which means to arrange or create something, typically a project, a plan, a trap, or a device. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you set up the meeting with the clients yet?
Yes, I have. It's scheduled for tomorrow at 2 p.m. In the example, Jane is asking Tony if he has arranged the meeting with the clients yet. Tony confirms that he has arranged the meeting and scheduled it for tomorrow at 2 p.m. Here, the phrasal verb set up is used to mean arranging or creating something, which in this case is the meeting between Tony and the clients.
Settle down. Settle down means to calm down or become peaceful after a period of excitement or activity, or to establish oneself in a stable and comfortable environment. Let's see an example. Tony, you seem so excited. What's going on?
I just got a promotion at work. I can't believe it.
Wow. Congratulations. When are you going to celebrate?
I don't know. I think I need some time to settle down and process everything.
In this scenario, Tony has just received some exciting news, but he realizes that he needs some time to calm down and process his thoughts and emotions. By using the phrasal verb settle down, Tony is expressing his need to become calm and peaceful after a period of excitement. This phrase can be used in various contexts, such as after a long day at work, a heated argument, or even after a big life event like getting married or becoming a parent.
Show off. To show off means to boast or display one's abilities or possessions in a way that is excessive and seeks attention. Let's see an example. Hey Tony, have you seen Sarah's new car? It's a Ferrari.
Yeah, she's been showing it off all week.
In this conversation, Tony uses the phrasal verb showing off to describe Sarah's behavior of excessively boasting about her new car. Sarah is trying to gain attention and admiration from others by showing off her possession. The phrase show off is often used in a negative context and implies a desire to impress others at any cost.
Size up. The phrasal verb size up means to carefully evaluate or assess something or someone, typically in order to form an opinion or make a decision. Let's see an example. So, what's the expected salary for this position? Have you done any research on it?
No, not yet. But once we get the job offer, we can size up the benefits and compensation package and make a decision.
In this example, Jane and Tony are discussing the process of evaluating the job offer, including the benefits and compensation package. The phrasal verb size up is used to describe the careful evaluation and assessment necessary before making a decision about the job offer. Jane and Tony are essentially saying that they will review and assess the various components of the job offer before making a final decision.
Slip up. Slip up means to make a mistake or to do something wrong unintentionally. Let's see an example. Tony, did you hear about Susan's accident?
No, what happened?
She was supposed to send an important email to the client, but she accidentally sent the wrong one. She really slipped up this time. In this example, slip up is used to describe the mistake that Susan made. It implies that she didn't mean to send the wrong email, but it happened due to a mistake or lapse in judgment. The phrase slip up is usually used to describe minor mistakes or errors, rather than major ones.
Slow down. Slow down is a phrasal verb which means to decrease the speed at which something is happening or moving. Let's see an example.
Tony, slow down. You're walking too fast. I can't keep up with you.
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't realize I was walking so fast.
In this example dialogue, Jane is asking Tony to slow down because he is walking too fast for her to keep up. Tony apologizes and decreases his walking speed. Here, slow down is used to request someone to reduce their speed to match with the pace of others. This phrasal verb can be used in various contexts, such as while driving, speaking in public, or doing a certain task.
Soak up. To absorb something completely, like a sponge absorbs water. Let's see an example.
Wow, Tony, you're really soaking up the sun. You're getting so tan.
Yeah, I just love coming to the beach and soaking up some rays.
In this dialogue, Jane notices that Tony has been spending a lot of time outside in the sun and has gotten very tan. She comments on it, and Tony explains that he enjoys going to the beach and absorbing the sun's rays.
Sort out. To sort out means to solve a problem or to organize something. Let's see an example.
Tony, have you sorted out your accommodation for the trip next week?
No, I haven't. I've been so busy with work.
In this example, Jane is asking if Tony has solved his problem of finding accommodation for their trip next week. Tony responds by saying that he hasn't had time to do so yet. The phrase sort out is used to convey the idea of solving a problem, which in this case is finding accommodation. It suggests that Tony needs to take action to resolve the issue before the trip.
Speak up. To speak loudly and clearly so that people can hear you. Let's see an example.
I can't hear you, Tony. Can you speak up?
Sure, sorry about that. Is this better?
In the example, Jane is asking Tony to speak up because she is having difficulty hearing him over the noise in the coffee shop. By asking him to speak up, she is requesting that he increases the volume and clarity of his voice so she can hear him better.
Spin off. Spin off is a phrasal verb that means to create a separate company or organization from a larger one, usually to focus on a specific product or service. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, did you hear that Google is planning to spin off their self-driving car project into a new company called Waymo?
No way, that's big news. But why would they do that?
In this example, Jane informs Tony about Google's plan to create a new company specifically for their self-driving car project. The original company, Google, will still exist, but the new company, Waymo, will be solely dedicated to this particular venture. By spinning off the project, Google is ensuring that it will receive the necessary attention and resources without getting lost among the company's many other endeavors.
Stand out. To be easily noticeable or to be more impressive or important than others. Let's see an example.
Wow, look at that painting. It really stands out from the rest.
Yeah, it's definitely the most eye-catching artwork in the gallery.
In this conversation, Jane uses the phrasal verb stand out to express her admiration for a painting that catches her attention. She means that the painting is unique or distinct in its beauty, and it stands out amongst all the other paintings in the gallery. This phrasal verb is often used to describe someone or something that is different or exceptional in a positive way. It can be used to talk about people who have remarkable talents, skills, or personalities, as well as things that are distinct in their appearance, quality, or performance. For instance, you can say that a student stands out in a class because of their exceptional grades, or that a product stands out on the shelves because of its innovative design.
Stick to. Stick to it is a phrasal verb that means to continue doing or following something without changing or deviating from it. It can also mean to adhere to a decision or plan previously made. Let's see an example.
I'm trying to cut back on my hours at work, but it's been tough.
Why don't you stick to your original plan and only work part-time?
In this example, Tony is suggesting that Jane should continue following the plan or decision she made previously, which was to reduce her work hours. He is encouraging her to stick to her original plan and not deviate from it.
Sum up. To summarize or give a brief account of something. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, can you sum up what happened in the meeting?
Yeah, sure, we discussed our sales figures, new project ideas, and decided to schedule the next meeting for next week.
In this dialogue, Jane is asking Tony to give a brief summary of what was discussed in the meeting. Tony responds by giving a short account of the main topics that were covered. The phrase sum up is used as a request to present only the most important points of an event or situation in a concise manner. It is a useful phrase for quickly getting an overview of something, without having to go into too much detail.
Switch off. To stop paying attention or lose interest in something. Let's see an example.
Tony, why aren't you watching the movie?
I don't know, I can't seem to focus.
You should try switching off your phone and other distractions.
In this example, Jane suggests to Tony that he switch off his phone and other distractions to help him concentrate better and pay attention to the movie. This means that he should disconnect from other things that may be drawing his attention away, allowing him to fully engage with what he is doing. To switch off in this sense means to disconnect briefly from other distractions or stimuli, allowing oneself to focus better. Take off. To leave a particular place or situation. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, what time are you taking off work today?
I am taking off work at 5 p.m. today.
In this conversation, Jane is asking Tony about his plans for leaving work that day. In response, Tony is using the phrasal verb take off to inform Jane of his planned departure time. By saying he is taking off work at 5 p.m., Tony is conveying that he will be leaving his job or workplace at that time.
Take over. Take over means to assume control or responsibility for something or someone. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you heard about the new project at work?
No, what's up?
Well, our boss is retiring and I heard that the company is looking for someone to take over his position.
In this example, the phrasal verb take over is used to indicate that somebody is taking control or responsibility for a particular role or position. In this case, the boss is retiring, and the company is looking for someone to take over his position, which means that they will be responsible for leading and managing the team.
Take up. Take up means to start a new activity, hobby, or interest. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, I was thinking of taking up running to get in shape. Do you want to join me?
Sure, that sounds like a great idea. When do you want to start? In this example, Jane tells Tony that she wants to start running to get fit and invites him to join her. She uses take up to describe the act of starting a new activity. Tony agrees to join her and the two friends plan to start running together. Talk over. Talk over means to discuss something with another person or a group in order to come to a decision or understanding about it. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you thought about our vacation plan for this year?
Not really. Why?
Well, I found some great deals for Mexico, but I wanted to talk it over with you first.
In this conversation, Jane uses talk over to mean discussing something with Tony to come to a decision or understanding. She wants to discuss their vacation plans with Tony before making a final decision. This shows that talk over is used in contexts where people want to discuss something before making a decision.
Team up. Team up means to work together with someone or a group of people to achieve a common goal or objective. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, I heard you're working on a project for the science fair.
Yeah, I am. I'm having a hard time figuring out the best way to set it up though.
Well, why don't we team up on it? I did the science fair last year, so I might be able to help you out.
In this example, Jane suggests that she and Tony should work together on his science fair project. By teaming up, they will combine their knowledge and skills to improve the outcome of the project. Tear apart. To criticize or attack someone or something harshly or destructively, often in a way that causes damage. Let's see an example.
What did you think of the performance by the opening act?
Honestly, I thought they were terrible. The lead singer's voice was so weak.
Really? I thought they were pretty good.
Well, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree. But I've seen some critics tear apart their music online.
In this conversation, Tony uses the phrasal verb tear apart to describe the negative criticism he's seen online about the opening act of a recent concert. He means that the critics were harsh and destructive in their criticism, possibly causing damage to the band's reputation. This phrasal verb can be used in many situations, such as when discussing a negative review of a movie, book, or restaurant. It emphasizes the severity and destructiveness of the criticism, making it a powerful way to express a negative opinion.
Tear down. Tear down is a phrasal verb that means to demolish or destroy a building, structure, or object. Let's see an example.
Have you seen the old abandoned factory on the outskirts of town?
Yeah, why?
Well, they're going to tear it down and build a new shopping center there.
In this example, Jane tells Tony that the old abandoned factory is going to be demolished or torn down to make way for a new shopping center. Here, tear down is used to describe the act of destroying the old building. Tear up. To tear something up means to rip or shred it into pieces. Let's see an example.
What are you doing with those old papers?
I'm tearing them up. They're no longer needed.
In this example, Tony is physically tearing the papers into pieces because they are no longer necessary. The phrasal verb tear up can also be used in a figurative sense, such as when someone tears up a contract or agreement.
Think over. When you think over something, you take some time to consider it carefully before making a decision. Let's see an example.
I'm thinking about quitting my job, Tony. It's just not fulfilling anymore.
Oh, really? You should think that over before making any rush decisions. In this example, Jane is considering making a big decision of quitting her job. Tony suggests that she should think it over before quitting, which means that she should take some time to carefully consider her decision before acting on it.
Throw away. To dispose of something that is no longer useful or needed. Let's see an example.
Tony, why are you throwing away that old t-shirt?
I've had it for years, and it's all faded now. It's time to get rid of it.
In this dialogue, Tony is throwing away an old t-shirt because it is no longer useful or needed. Throw away is a phrasal verb used to indicate the act of getting rid of something that is no longer needed or useful. We commonly use throw away to refer to discarding things such as garbage, old clothing, or broken household items, among others.
Tie up. Tie up is a phrasal verb that means to secure something by tying or binding it, or to occupy or keep someone busy so they cannot do something else. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, are you free tonight?
I'm afraid not. I have to tie up some loose ends at work before the deadline tomorrow.
In this example, Tony uses the phrase tie up to mean that he needs to finish some tasks at work before a deadline. He is occupied with these tasks and cannot make plans with Jane tonight because of it. The phrase tie up can also be used to refer to physically securing something such as tying up a boat or tying up a package with rope.
Touch up. To make small changes or improvements to something in order to improve its appearance or quality. Let's see an example.
Tony, have you finished the painting you were working on last week?
Yeah, I finished it, but I didn't like the way it turned out. So, I decided to touch it up this weekend.
In this dialogue, Tony used the phrasal verb touch up to explain that he made some changes to the painting he completed earlier to improve its appearance. He decided to do this because he wasn't satisfied with how it turned out. Touch up is often used in the context of improving the appearance of something such as a photo, painting, makeup, or even a document. Track down. To track down means to locate or find someone or something that was previously difficult to find. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, have you found your lost wallet yet?
No, I've been looking for it everywhere, but I can't seem to track it down. In this dialogue, Tony is expressing his frustration to Jane about not being able to locate his lost wallet. The phrasal verb track down is used to convey the idea that Tony has been searching extensively, but still hasn't been able to find his wallet. The use of track down suggests that the search has been difficult and requires a lot of effort to find the lost item.
Try on. The phrasal verb try on means to put on a piece of clothing to see if it fits or looks good before deciding to buy or wear it. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you seen this new dress I bought yesterday?
No, I haven't. Did you try it on?
Yes, I did. It fits perfectly and looks great on me.
In this example, Jane has bought a new dress and she wants to show it to her friend Tony. When Tony asks if she tried it on, Jane confirms that she did and that it looks great on her. The purpose of trying on clothes is to ensure that they fit well and are comfortable to wear. It also helps to determine if the clothes suit your style and personality.
Try out. To test or experiment with something to see how it works or how good it is. Let's see an example.
Have you tried out the new Italian restaurant down the street?
No, not yet. Is it any good?
I don't know. I wanted to try it out first before recommending it to you.
In this dialogue, Jane is asking Tony if he has tested the Italian restaurant, implying that she's interested in hearing his opinion on it. Tony admits he hasn't been there yet, and Jane explains that she's also planning to try it out before recommending it to others. In this context, tryout refers to testing the restaurant's food, service, and overall experience, before forming an opinion on it.
Tune in. To focus one's attention on something, often a TV or radio program, to listen or watch it. Let's see an example.
are you ready to watch that new show tonight?
What show?
The one I told you about last week. It's finally premiering tonight.
Oh, right. Yeah, let's tune into that tonight. In this scenario, Jane and Tony are discussing watching a new show that is premiering that night. When Jane asks if Tony is ready to watch the show, Tony initially seems confused, but then remembers the show that Jane told him about. He confirms that they can focus their attention on the show and watch it by using the phrasal verb tune in. Tune up. Tune up means to improve or adjust something, typically a machine or instrument, to make it work better or perform more efficiently. Let's see an example.
Tony, is your piano sounding off these days?
Yes, I think it's out of tune. I need to tune it up.
In this example, Tony is acknowledging that his piano is sounding a bit off or out of tune. When he says he needs to tune it up, he means he needs to adjust the strings and other components of the piano to make sure it is playing the right notes and producing the proper sound. This is a common use for the phrasal verb, especially when dealing with instruments or mechanical devices that require constant maintenance to function correctly.
Turn down. To refuse an offer or invitation. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, are you coming to the party tonight?
I'm afraid I have to turn down your invitation, Jane. I have to finish a project for work.
In the example, Tony uses the phrasal verb turn down to refuse Jane's invitation to the party. He explains that he has to finish a project for work, so he cannot attend the party. Turn on. Turn on is a phrasal verb that means to activate or start a device, machine, or electrical appliance. Let's see an example.
Tony, can you turn on the TV?
Sure, which channel do you want?
In this example, Jane is asking Tony to activate or start the TV. Tony confirms that he will start the TV and seeks to know which channel Jane wants to watch.
Uncover up. Uncover up is a phrasal verb that means to reveal or expose something that was previously hidden or covered up. Let's see an example. Have you heard about the scandal at the company?
No, what happened?
Apparently, the CEO was engaged in some shady business deals, and the board of directors tried to cover it up.
Wow, it's a good thing someone was able to uncover up the truth.
In the dialogue, Tony uses uncover up to emphasize the fact that the truth was revealed despite the efforts to keep it hidden. The phrasal verb is used to convey the idea of exposing something that was deliberately covered up, typically in a negative or fraudulent scenario.
Update on. The phrasal verb update on means to provide someone with the most recent information about a particular situation or event. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, have you heard about the upcoming staff meeting?
No, I haven't. Can you update me on the details?
In the given example, Jane informs Tony about an upcoming staff meeting. Tony expresses his lack of knowledge about the event and asks Jane to update on the details. This means that he wants Jane to provide him with the most recent and relevant information about the meeting. Therefore, the use of update on helps them to clarify and communicate effectively about the event.
Uptake on. Uptake on means to take on or accept a responsibility or task. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you finished the report for the meeting tomorrow?
No, not yet. Can you help me out?
Sure, I can uptake on some of the research for you.
In this dialogue, Jane is offering to help Tony with the report by doing some of the research. She says she can uptake on the responsibility of doing the research, meaning she will take on the task and complete it.
Use up. To use all of something so that there is none left. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, can you give me a ride to the grocery store?
Sorry, I can't. I'm almost out of gas and need to go fill up my car.
That's too bad. I needed to buy a few things and I don't want to use up all my money on a cab.
In this example, Jane is talking about not wanting to spend all of her money on a cab ride to the grocery store. She uses the phrasal verb use up to express her concern about running out of money. The phrasal verb use up is used to describe when something has been completely used or exhausted, and is often used when talking about resources like money, energy, or supplies.
Usher in. The phrasal verb usher in means to bring forth, introduce, or mark the beginning of something new or significant. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, do you know when the concert starts?
It is starting at 7 p.m. sharp. The opening act is going to usher in the main performance.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb usher in to communicate that the opening act will mark the beginning of the main performance at the concert. The phrase usher in is used to convey the idea of something new being introduced, in this case, the main performance at the concert.
Utter out. To express something in words, often unconsciously or unintentionally. Let's see an example.
Did you hear what happened to our boss yesterday?
No, what happened?
During the meeting, he just uttered out his true feelings about the company.
In this example, Jane uses the phrasal verb utter out to describe how their boss expressed his true feelings about the company. The phrase suggests that the boss may not have intended to reveal his thoughts, but they slipped out unconsciously.
Value at. The phrasal verb value at means to have a certain worth or price at a specific point in time. Let's see an example.
Tony, did you see that painting sold for $1 million?
Yes, I did. But last year, it was valued at only $100,000. In this conversation, Tony is using the phrasal verb value at to indicate the worth of a painting at different points in time. He is saying that the painting was valued at only $100,000 last year, whereas now it's sold for $1 million. So, value at is used to describe the monetary worth of an asset, product, or service at a particular point in time. Vamp up. To vamp up means to improve or increase the level of performance or excitement of something. Let's see an example.
I heard you're performing at the open mic night tonight. Are you nervous?
Yeah, a little bit. I feel like my set needs something extra to make it stand out.
Why don't you try vamping it up by adding some drums or a keyboard to your guitar playing?
In this example, Jane is suggesting that Tony adds new elements to his performance to make it more exciting and engaging. By vamping it up with new instruments, Tony's performance will become more dynamic and interesting to the audience.
Vanish into. The phrasal verb vanish into means to disappear or go away suddenly and completely, often without a trace. Let's see an example.
Hey, have you seen my phone? I can't find it anywhere.
No, sorry. Maybe it vanished into thin air.
In this example, Tony used the phrasal verb vanish into to suggest that Jane's phone might have disappeared completely without any obvious explanation. The phrase implies that the object or person in question has disappeared so completely and suddenly that it seems as though they simply vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of their presence or whereabouts. This can be a frustrating and confusing experience, since it can be difficult to find or recover what has vanished into.
Veg out. To describe the act of relaxing and doing nothing, typically while watching TV or engaging in other low-effort activities. Let's see an example.
What did you do this weekend, Tony?
Nothing much. I just vegged out at home and watched movies all day.
In this example, Tony is saying that he didn't do anything exciting or productive over the weekend. Instead, he chose to veg out at home and watch movies, meaning he relaxed and did nothing in particular. Venture into. To go into or explore a new or unknown place, situation or activity that involves some risk or uncertainty. Let's see an example.
What are you up to this weekend?
I am thinking of venturing into the world of rock climbing.
Tony is planning to explore or try out rock climbing, which is a new and unknown activity for him. By using the phrasal verb venture into, Tony is indicating that he is willing to take some risk or uncertainty as he tries something new.
Venture out. Venture out means to go out of one's usual or safe zone, to take a risk and explore a new or unfamiliar place or situation. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, do you want to come with me to that new restaurant in town?
I don't know. I've never been there before. What if the food is bad?
Come on, let's just venture out and try something different. We might discover our new favorite restaurant.
In this example, Jane is suggesting that they take a risk and try out a new restaurant instead of going to their usual places. She uses the phrasal verb venture out to convey the idea of trying something new and different. Tony is hesitant because he's not familiar with the restaurant, but Jane encourages him to explore and take a chance by venturing out.
Verge on. To be very close to a particular state or condition, often something negative or extreme. Let's see an example. How was your meeting with the boss today?
It was intense. He was really angry and the conversation was getting pretty heated. I thought he was going to fire me at one point.
Wow, that sounds tough. What did you do?
Well, I tried to stay calm and professional, but I have to admit, I was pretty nervous. It felt like we were verging on disaster for a while there.
In this example, Tony uses the phrase verging on disaster to describe how close he felt the situation was to becoming a complete disaster. He is saying that the meeting was almost at the point of being completely out of control, and he was worried that it might end in him losing his job. The phrase verge on is often used to describe situations that are on the brink of becoming something very negative or extreme.
Verify with. Verify with is a phrasal verb that means to confirm or check something with someone or something else. Let's see an example.
Tony, did you verify with the supplier about the delivery date?
Yes, I did. They confirmed it will be next Tuesday.
In this dialogue, Jane is asking Tony if he has confirmed or checked with the supplier about the delivery date. Tony confirms that he did verify with the supplier and they have confirmed the delivery date as next Tuesday.
Vest in. Vest in means to put authority, power, or rights into the possession or control of someone or something. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, did you hear about the new company policies?
No, what's changed?
Well, the CEO has decided to vest all decision-making power in the senior managers.
In this example, Jane is telling Tony that the CEO has given complete control over decision-making to the senior managers. The CEO has vested in the managers the power to make all decisions regarding the company.
Vibrate with. To feel extremely excited or passionate about something. Let's see an example. I'm so excited for this concert tonight, I can't stop shaking.
I know, the energy in the stadium is just vibrating with anticipation.
In this conversation, Tony uses the phrase vibrating with to describe the high level of excitement and anticipation in the stadium before the concert. He means that there is a powerful feeling of energy and passion in the air, which is why Jane can't stop shaking with excitement. This phrase is often used to describe strong emotional reactions to something, such as feeling overwhelmed with excitement or enthusiasm.
Vie for. To compete or strive for something, especially in a determined or ambitious way. Let's see an example.
Have you heard about that new job opening at the company downtown?
Yes, I have, and I'm planning to apply for it.
Really? I was also thinking of applying for it. Looks like we'll be vying for the same position.
In this example, Jane and Tony both express interest in the same job position, and as a result, they will be competing or vying for that position. The phrasal verb vie for is used to describe the competition or striving for the same thing, in this case, a job position.
Voiceover. A voiceover refers to a technique used in television, movies, or video production where a narrator's voice is heard speaking over the visual action on screen. Let's see an example.
I saw this really interesting documentary last night about wildlife conservation.
Oh, cool. What was it about?
It was about the effects of hunting on endangered species. There was a voiceover explaining the facts while showing footage of the animals in their natural habitats.
In this conversation, Jane is explaining to Tony the documentary she watched the night before. She mentions the use of a voiceover during the program to explain the information while showing relevant footage. This example showcases how voiceover is used in television and movie production to provide additional information or narration to the audience.
Vomit up. To vomit forcefully and expel the contents of one's stomach. Let's see an example.
Are you feeling okay, Tony? You look really pale.
I shouldn't have eaten that sushi for lunch. I think I'm gonna vomit up my entire meal. In this example, Tony is feeling nauseous and believes that he might vomit. He uses the phrasal verb vomit up to explain that he may forcefully eject the contents of his stomach due to his upset stomach. It is a way to describe the act of throwing up, but emphasizing the forceful and quick expulsion of stomach contents.
Vouch for. To guarantee, confirm, or support the truth or reliability of someone or something. Let's see an example.
I'm thinking of hiring a new accountant for my business, but I'm not sure if I can trust her.
Don't worry, I can vouch for her. She used to work for me and did a great job. In this example, Jane is unsure if she should hire a new accountant for her business because she is not sure if the person can be trusted. Tony reassures Jane that the accountant is reliable and trustworthy by saying that he can vouch for her.
Vow by. The phrasal verb vow by means to swear by or pledge allegiance to someone or something, often as a sign of loyalty or commitment. Let's see an example.
I'm a die-hard fan of the Green Bay Packers. I vow by them.
Really? I'm surprised. I thought you were a fan of the Chicago Bears.
In this example, Jane is expressing her loyalty and commitment to the Green Bay Packers by using the phrasal verb vow by. She is saying that she swears by the Packers, which shows her strong allegiance to the team. Tony is surprised because he thought Jane was a fan of a different team, but her use of the phrase vow by clarifies her true loyalty to the Packers.
Vow to. The phrasal verb vow to means to make a solemn promise or commitment to do something. Let's see an example.
I heard you're going to quit smoking, Tony.
Yes, I am. I vow to quit smoking once and for all. In this conversation, Tony is making a promise to himself and others that he will stop smoking. By using the phrasal verb vow to, he is emphasizing the seriousness of his commitment to quitting. This phrase is often used to express a strong determination or resolve to do something important or meaningful.
Voyage through. To travel through or explore a place or area. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, I heard you went on a road trip last weekend. Where did you go?
Yeah, we voyaged through the Pacific Northwest, all the way from Oregon to Washington.
Tony is explaining to Jane that he traveled through the Pacific Northwest, exploring the region by car. The phrasal verb voyage through emphasizes the idea of traveling through the area, seeing all it has to offer on the way.
Wait around. To spend time waiting for something or someone without doing anything else. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, what are you doing?
Not much, just waiting around for my friend to finish work.
How long are you going to wait?
I'm not sure, maybe another hour or so.
In this example, Tony is using the phrasal verb wait around to indicate that he is spending time waiting for his friend without doing anything else. Jane asks how long he plans to wait, indicating that wait around implies a sense of uncertainty about how long the wait will last.
Wait for. Wait for means to stay in a place or delay an action until something or someone arrives or is ready. Let's see an example.
Tony, are you ready to go to the cinema?
Not yet, Jane. I have to wait for my cousin to pick up his phone.
In this dialogue, Tony is informing Jane that he can't leave yet because he has to wait for his cousin. This means that he cannot start an action, going to the cinema, until the situation with his cousin is resolved. The phrase await for emphasizes the necessity to stay in a place and not take action until a certain condition is met.
Wait up. To stay awake or delay going to bed until someone else arrives. Let's see an example.
I'm going to head to bed, it's getting late. Are you waiting up for your sister?
Yeah, she said she'd be home soon, so I want to make sure she gets an okay.
In this example, Jane and Tony are roommates and Tony's sister is out late. Tony is waiting up for his sister, meaning he will stay awake until she arrives home. Jane asks if he plans to stay awake, to which Tony confirms he is waiting up for his sister.
Wake up. To wake up means to stop sleeping and become conscious. Let's see an example.
What time did you wake up this morning, Tony?
I woke up at 6 a.m. so that I could get to work early.
In this example, Jane is asking Tony what time he stopped sleeping and became conscious this morning. Tony replies that he woke up at 6 a.m. so that he could get to work early. The phrase wake up is used interchangeably with get up or rise and shine to indicate the moment of transitioning from being asleep to being awake. Walk away. Walk away means to leave a situation, often because you don't want to be involved in a conflict or don't agree with what's happening. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, did you see the argument happening in the park?
Yeah, I did. It was getting pretty heated.
What happened next? Did you stay to watch?
No, I decided to just walk away. I didn't want to get involved in someone else's argument.
In this example, Tony gives an example of walk away by describing how he left the situation in the park. He chose not to get involved and instead decided to leave. Walking away is often seen as a way to avoid conflict and maintain peace in a situation.
Walk out. To leave a place suddenly and unexpectedly in protest or as a sign of disapproval. Let's see an example.
What's going on? Why did everyone just walk out of the meeting?
They're not happy with how the company is handling the new policy on work hours. They decided to walk out in protest.
In this example, Jane is confused and wants to know why everyone just left the meeting abruptly. Tony explains to her that the group of employees are protesting the company's new policy on work hours by walking out. The phrasal verb walk out is used to describe the sudden and unexpected departure of the employees from the meeting. Wander off. To wander off means to leave a place without any specific plan or direction. Let's see an example.
Hey, have you seen Tony? We were supposed to meet him here. Friend, no, I haven't seen him. Maybe he wandered off again.
In this dialogue, the friend implies that Tony has a habit of leaving a place without letting anyone know where he is going. The phrase wander off is used to describe Tony's behavior of leaving a place without any specific plan or direction.
Warm up. To prepare for physical activity by doing some stretching exercises or by increasing the intensity of the activity gradually. Let's see an example.
Tony, are you ready for the basketball game later?
Not yet. I'm going to warm up first.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb warm up to indicate that he needs to prepare for the game by engaging in some physical activities to stretch and loosen up his muscles. This is important to prevent any injuries from occurring during the game. Wash up. To clean dishes, pots, or any other kitchen utensils with soap and water after eating or cooking. Let's see an example.
Tony, can you help me to wash up after the dinner tonight?
Sure, I will wash up all the dishes in the sink.
In this conversation, Jane is asking for Tony's help to clean the dishes after their dinner. Tony is agreeing to clean all the dishes in the sink. Here, the phrasal verb wash up refers to the act of cleaning the dishes with soap and water after having a meal. It is a common phrase used in households after a meal, especially when there are multiple people eating together.
Waste away. To become thin and weak because of a long illness, lack of food, or extreme sadness. Let's see an example.
I haven't seen Mr. Smith around for a while. How's he doing?
Not well, I'm afraid. He's been wasting away in his bed for weeks.
That's terrible. Have you talked to his family about it?
In this conversation, Tony uses the phrasal verb wasting away to describe Mr. Smith's condition. He means that Mr. Smith has become very thin and weak because of his illness. The phrase waste away is often used to describe someone who is gradually becoming weaker or dying because of a prolonged illness or extreme sadness.
Watch out. Watch out is a phrasal verb that means to be careful or to take caution in order to avoid danger or harm. Let's see an example.
Watch out.
What? What happened?
There's a car turning right here. We need to wait for it to pass.
In this example, Tony uses the phrase watch out to warn Jane about the car turning onto the street they are walking on. Tony tells Jane to be cautious and observant to avoid getting hit by the car. By using the phrasal verb watch out, Tony effectively communicated the need for Jane to be careful and to pay attention to her surroundings.
Water down. To make something weaker or less potent by diluting it with water or other liquids. Let's see an example.
Hey Jane, have you tried the new cocktail at the bar?
No, I haven't. Is it good?
Not really. They watered it down too much, and it tastes like juice.
In this situation, Tony and Jane are discussing a new cocktail that Tony has tried. Tony explains that the drink wasn't great because it was too weak. He explains that the bar had watered it down too much, which refers to adding more water or other liquids to the drink to dilute its taste. This makes the drink less potent and weaker, and in the case of Tony's cocktail, it lost its intended flavor.
Wean off. Wean off means to gradually stop using or relying on something that one is addicted to, dependent on, or used to. Let's see an example. Tony, you look so tired. Did you sleep well last night?
No, I couldn't sleep without my phone.
You should try weaning off your phone before going to bed. In the conversation, Jane noticed that Tony was having trouble sleeping, so she suggested that he should try to wean off his phone before going to bed. In this context, Jane is advising Tony to gradually reduce the amount of time he spends on his phone before bedtime so that he can sleep better. Wear off. Wear off means for the effect of something to become weaker or disappear gradually over time. Let's see an example.
Are you still feeling drowsy after taking that medicine?
Not really. The effects seem to be wearing off.
In this example, Tony took some medicine earlier that made him feel drowsy. Jane is asking if the drowsiness is still present. Tony replies that it's not, and adds that the effects of the medicine seem to be wearing off, meaning that its effect is gradually decreasing.
Wear out. To become or make something become exhausted or unusable due to constant use or friction. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, why did you throw out those shoes you were wearing yesterday? They looked fairly new.
Yeah, they were, but they're worn out already. I've been wearing them nonstop for 3 months.
In this conversation, Tony used the phrasal verb worn out to describe the state of his shoes after using them for a long time. This phrase means that something that was once in good condition has become unusable or ineffective due to excessive use or friction.
Weather the storm. To successfully endure a difficult situation or set of circumstances. Let's see an example.
I heard you had some trouble at work, Tony. How are you holding up?
It was a tough week, but I think I can weather the storm.
In this situation, Tony is saying that although he faced a difficult week at work, he is confident that he can endure and overcome the challenges that he is facing. The phrase weather the storm is being used to describe Tony's ability to successfully navigate through a tough situation. Weigh in. To express an opinion or contribute to a discussion, especially in a forceful or authoritative manner. Let's see an example.
Did you hear about the new environmental policy our company is implementing?
Yeah, I did. I think it's a good step towards sustainability.
Thanks for weighing in, Tony. What do you suggest they do now?
In the dialogue, Jane and Tony are discussing the new environmental policy at their workplace. Jane thanks Tony for weighing in his thoughts.
Whip up. To quickly prepare or produce something, especially food. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, what are you cooking for dinner tonight?
I'm not sure yet. I'm thinking of whipping up some pasta with tomato sauce.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb whip up to mean that he will quickly prepare some pasta with tomato sauce for dinner.
Wipe off. To clean or remove something completely with a cloth or hand. Let's see an example.
Tony, I accidentally spilled coffee on the table. Do you have any tissue paper to wipe it off?
Sure, here you go.
In this example, Jane accidentally spills coffee on the table, and she asks Tony if he has any tissue paper to wipe it off. The phrase wipe off is used to mean cleaning or removing the coffee completely from the table using a tissue paper.
Wipe out. To completely destroy or eliminate something, usually in a sudden or surprising manner. Let's see an example.
Did you hear about the storm last night?
Yeah, it was crazy. It completely wiped out half the town.
In this example, Tony is using the phrasal verb wipe out to describe the damage caused by the storm. He is stating that the storm completely destroyed or eliminated half of the town, emphasizing the extent of the damage. This phrasal verb can also be used in other contexts such as in sports, where it means to defeat an opponent completely.
Wise up. To wise up means to become smarter or more knowledgeable about a situation or topic, often after a period of being naive or ignorant. Let's see an example.
I can't believe I fell for that sales pitch and bought those overpriced supplements.
Yeah, that's why you need to wise up and do your research before making impulsive purchases.
In this example, Tony is suggesting to Jane that she needs to become more knowledgeable about the product before buying it, so that she won't make the same mistake again. He is telling her to wise up, or become smarter, in order to avoid future instances of being misled or taken advantage of.
Workout. To solve a problem or to be successful in a particular activity, plan, or endeavor. Let's see an example.
Hey, Tony, have you figured out how to solve the math problem from yesterday's assignment?
Yeah, I spent some time on it last night, and it finally worked out.
In this conversation, Tony is telling Jane that he was successful in solving the math problem that was assigned the previous day. He used the phrasal verb work out to describe the process of finding a solution to the problem. In other words, Tony is saying that he was able to solve the problem successfully after trying for some time.
Worry about. Worry about is a phrasal verb that means to feel anxious or concerned about something or someone. Let's see an example.
I'm really worried about my upcoming exam. I haven't had enough time to study.
Don't worry too much. You always do well on your tests.
In this situation, Jane expresses her anxiety and concern regarding her upcoming exam. Tony tries to reassure her by saying that she usually performs well on tests. Worry about is commonly used to describe a feeling of unease or apprehension about a situation. It often involves anticipating a negative outcome or result.
Wrap up. The phrasal verb wrap up means to complete or finish something, often quickly or efficiently. Let's see an example. Hey, Tony, we need to wrap up our meeting now. I have another appointment in 15 minutes.
Sure, Jane. We just have a few more things to discuss.
In this example, Jane and Tony are in a meeting but need to finish it quickly because of Jane's upcoming appointment. Jane uses the phrase a wrap up to suggest that they need to complete the meeting efficiently and quickly.
Write down. To write something on a piece of paper so that you don't forget it. Let's see an example.
Tony, can you please write down the name of that restaurant you were talking about?
Sure thing, it's called the Red Lantern. I'll write it down for you.
In this example, Jane asks Tony to write down the name of a restaurant so that she remembers it later. Tony then writes the name of the restaurant on a piece of paper so that it can be easily referenced at a later time. The phrasal verb write down is commonly used in situations where you want to remember a specific piece of information and make sure not to forget it. Yammer away. To talk continuously or excessively in a complaining, whining, or annoying way. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you talked to Rachel lately?
Yeah, she called me yesterday and yammered away for an hour about her bad day at work.
In this example, Tony uses the phrasal verb yammered away to describe Rachel's behavior on the phone. She talked continuously and complained about her bad day at work, which Tony found annoying.
Yank up. To yank up means to pull forcefully or abruptly upwards. Let's see an example.
Tony, can you help me yank up these weeds from my garden?
Sure, let me grab a pair of gloves first.
In this example, Jane is asking for Tony's help to pull up the weeds from her garden. She uses the phrase yank up to convey the idea of pulling forcefully, indicating that the weeds are well rooted and will require a strong and abrupt pull to be removed.
Yap at. Yap at is a phrasal verb used to describe when someone speaks or talks in a negative, critical, or complaining way, usually in a non-stop manner, to a person or animal. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, what's wrong? You seem upset.
Well, my neighbor's dog keeps yapping at me whenever I go outside to take out the trash.
Oh no, that's annoying. What does the dog do exactly?
He just sits by the fence and yaps at me the whole time.
In this conversation, Tony is using the phrasal verb yap at to describe the behavior of his neighbor's dog. The dog barks at him in a continuous and bothersome way, without letting him have any peace.
Yearn after. Yearn after means to long for something or someone deeply and persistently. Let's see an example.
What's wrong, Tony? You seem so lost in thought.
I can't stop thinking about Maria. Even though we split up years ago, I still yearn after her.
In this dialogue, Tony is expressing his persistent desire for Maria even though they broke up a long time ago. He uses the phrasal verb yearn after to convey the intensity of his longing for her. It shows that this feeling has been bothering him for a long time and he cannot shake it off.
Yearn for. To yearn for something means to have a strong desire or longing for it. Let's see an example. What's wrong with you, Tony? You seem a bit down today.
I can't stop thinking about my hometown. I yearn for the familiar smells and sounds of the place I grew up in.
Tony expresses that he feels homesick and has a strong desire to experience the familiar environment of his hometown again. His use of the phrasal verb yearn for emphasizes the intensity of his longing.
Yell at. To shout at someone, often in anger or frustration. Let's see an example.
Did you hear the boss yelling at Tim in his cabin this morning?
Yeah, I did. He seemed really angry. In this example, Jane tells Tony that their boss was yelling at Tim. This implies that their boss was loudly scolding or expressing his anger towards Tim for some reason. The phrasal verb yell at is commonly used when one person speaks loudly or screams at someone else, usually because they are upset, frustrated, or angry.
Yield to. To give way to someone or something, usually in a situation where there is some form of conflict or competition. Let's see an example.
I really want to go hiking this weekend, but my friend wants to go shopping.
Why don't you yield to her? You can always go hiking next weekend.
In this example, Tony suggests that Jane should yield to her friend's desire to go shopping instead of hiking. By using the phrase, he is suggesting that Jane should give way to her friend's preference and compromise on her own plans for the weekend. Yield up. Yield up means to give something up or surrender it. Let's see an example.
What happened to that missing report you were supposed to submit today?
I had to yield it up to my boss after I realized I had made a mistake in it.
In the above conversation, Tony explains to Jane that he had to give up his report to his boss because he made a mistake in it. Here, the phrasal verb yield up is used to convey the act of giving up or surrendering something which is usually not voluntary. In this case, Tony had to yield up his report because of an error.
Yoke up. To join or unite two things together. Let's see an example.
Hey Tony, have you finished working on the project proposal?
Yeah, I just need to yoke up the data and present it in a coherent way. In this conversation, Tony is saying that he needs to join together the different sets of data that he has gathered for the project proposal in order to make it more organized and understandable. He is using Breakup to explain this process of unifying different elements to create a more cohesive document. Zero in on. To focus one's attention or aim directly on something or someone. Let's see an example.
Have you decided on which college you want to attend yet?
Not yet, there are so many options.
You should zero in on the ones with strong computer science programs since that's what you're interested in.
In the dialogue, Jane is advising Tony to focus his attention and aim directly on the colleges with strong computer science programs. She uses the phrasal verb zero in on to suggest that he should prioritize those colleges and give them more consideration when making his decision.
Zip around. To move quickly and energetically from one place to another. Let's see an example. Tony, have you seen my keys? I can't seem to find them anywhere.
I saw them on the kitchen counter earlier. Maybe they're still there?
I already checked there, but I guess I'll look again.
Don't worry, I'll help you look. We can zip around the house and find them in no time.
In the example, Tony uses the phrasal verb zip around to suggest that they should move quickly around the house in order to find Jane's keys. The phrase implies a sense of urgency and energy, suggesting that they will search the house with speed and efficiency. Zip up. To close or to fasten a zipper. Let's see an example.
Tony, can you help me? I can't zip up the jacket.
Sure, let me help you.
In the dialogue, Jane cannot close the zipper of the jacket she is trying on. She asks Tony for help, who then helps her to fasten the zipper by pulling it up. The phrase zip up is used to describe the action of closing the zipper of the jacket.